All right, just doing a quick test. Can everybody hear me okay? Oh, thank you. Never fails to have a Zoom update just before a council meeting.
That is so true.
The hour of 6:30 having arrived, I'll call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, September 10th, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Latimer Burris. Here. Madison. Here. Martinez Rutherford. Present. Niadze.
Present.
Rummel.
Present.
Tischler.
Here.
Verveer. Here. Vitiver. Wahelia. Bennett is excused. Conklin. Present. Curry.
Here.
Duncan. Here. Evers. Here. Field. Here. Figueroa Cole. Here. Govindarajan.
Here.
Ugair. Here. Harrington McKinney. Knox.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Remind us collectively that we're here to do the business of the people of the city of Madison and ask us to do that with grace and kindness and respect for each other. In particular, I'd ask all participants, whether they be alders, staff, or members of the public, to refrain from using any profanity in your remarks tonight. Also remind us that while members of the public are allotted 3 minutes and alders are allotted 10 minutes per item, there's no need for anyone to use all of their time if they can make their points in a shorter period. All right, our first item of business tonight is item 1, Legistar 84761, a presentation from our Poets Laureate, plural. And I'd like to thank our Arts Administrator, Karen Wolf, for facilitating that program. And I'd like to invite our Youth Poet Laureate, Justin Fesky Russell, to present a poem tonight. You may choose your microphone.
Okay. Hello. Okay, y'all can hear me. All right, so this is a poem it's about the growing up in Madison through my eyes. It's called The City Looks Different Now. The city looks different now. The South Side is not what I remember. It didn't used to look this poor. We were rich with little kids recruiting others door to door. We would gather up the gang and then recruit a little more. We would play a game of football and speak of dreams that were in store at Grandpa's house. He always had space for me, even though he used to hoard Foster system steady chasing us both in and out of court. It was him, me and my brothers, plus the bunny on the porch. Now grandpa's gone and I'm adopted. It don't hurt me anymore. The east side is not what I remember. It was poor and it was poppin'. Lazy Janes helped me cure all the pains of my adoption. Ella's Deli in my belly filled me up with all the option. On the porch, on my throne, watching over East Washington. Atwood, Terry with the clips, at home, mama with the comb. She used to pick my hair out because I wouldn't do it on my own. I remember memories don't just happen when alone. So my foster parents took me in and made a family of our own. The north side is not what I remember. It didn't used to move this fast. In fact, it was the place where time stood still, not hot nor cold. Beautiful with leaves all dressed in gold, where love's from, found deep inside the cool but yet calm breeze, where empty blocks and pickup trucks are the only things you see. I still remember when that 11-year-old girl got shot, when time didn't move. I remember when McDonald's on Packers made the news. I remember when my little sister went to jail. Time seemed to move faster. And sense never stopped. Faster and faster the town changed as I watched. The city looks different now. The south side looks poor but still rich with the memories. La Hacienda, Jay Gardens, Lane's Bakery, and Grandpa. I still know some of those kids, or at least the ones that lived, my classmates, peers, and inspirations. You hold a special place in my heart. The east side got gentrified, but it's still ghetto enough. Ella's Deli left, but Lazy Janes is still around. Terry is still cutting hair, and I pick my own hair out. I'm on my own now, but found people to make memories with inside of my hometown. I graduated East High, now I'm making myself proud. The north side moving fast. More of the same. My name grows as the rain goes through the window like the pain. Now that my status is elevated like a plane, the north side feels kind of flat. A little plain. It's all the same both ways, but I love it always because the north side is where the folks I truly love stay. The city looks different now. Although different isn't always bad. In this case, different isn't always good. It is what it is and it was what it was. In the end, this is the city I still live. The city looks how it does, and I'm okay with that. This is my city. This is our city. It's up to us to make it that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next order of business is item 2, Legistar 85086, proclaiming September 2024 to be National Recovery Month. I'm not sure if we have anyone to receive the proclamation. Looks like no. All right. So Alder Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt the honoring resolution. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 2. That takes us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals by members of the body on tonight's agenda? Alder Vitever?
Item 75, disclose that I'm an employee of the Department of Health Services and will not affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Figueroa Cole.
A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority items and will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call is requested. Legistar item number 65, agenda item number 65, Legistar number 84429, accepting a United States Conference of Mayors Police Reform and Equitable Justice Grant Program award for $100,000 for the Police Department's Madison Area Addiction Recovery Initiative, and amending the 2024 police budget to use the funds for purposes of the program. 15 votes required. Agenda item 67, Legistar number 84599, amending the Parks Division's 2024 budget adopted capital budget using Gulf revenue reserves for the purchase of irrigation systems improvements at Yahara Hills Golf Course. 15 votes required. Agenda item 70, Legistar 84615, authorizing the acceptance of a grant for $250,000 from the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation Community Development Investment Grant Program, and authorizing contracts with WEDC and the Madison Arts Technical College District for the use of the funds, and amending the 2024 adopted operating budget for Economic Development Division Office of Business Resources Purchase Services. 15 votes required. Agenda item number 72, Legistar 84648, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Oak Leaf Properties, Inc., located at 4575 Helgeson Drive and 2318 Advance Road. 14 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. There's no items today. Agenda items excluded by 1 request of alders or 2 speakers registered by noon on September 10. Agenda item 15, Legistar 84329, amending section 28.045 of the Madison General Ordinance to change minimum dimensional requirements in the TRC C4 district. Registered speakers. Agenda item 16, Legistar 84382, adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the Northeast Area Plan. Speaker registers. Agenda item 17, Legistar file 84383, adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the West Area Plan. Speakers registered. Agenda item 19, Legistar file 84626, amending Section 28.071282 of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown height requirements to allow affordable student housing to exceed the maximum number of stories. Registered speakers. Agenda item 73, Legistar 84377, adopting the West Area Plan adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan and archiving underlying plans. Aldo Figueroa Cole pulled it from the agenda. Agenda item 74, adopted the Northeast Area Plan, adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan and archiving underlying plans. Aldo Figueroa Cole pulled that from the agenda. Items introduced from the floor. Legistar file number 85140, authorizing the City of Madison to apply to the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for a ready-for-refuse brownfields cleanup zero-interest loan in an amount not to exceed $1,027,300 for the purpose of assisting in the remediation of contaminated soil at Huxley Yards, Alder Latimer Burris. And this is going to the Finance Committee on September 16 and back to the Common Council on September 24. Agenda items with corrections. We don't have any corrections at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, President Figueroa Cole. Are there any other items that alders would like excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to raise the question to the clerk's office. Josh Olson indicated, since he was the only speaker registered on item 15 and that there was no opposition, that he was speaking in favor, that he perhaps might retract his public comment. But did you get any emails to that effect?
Madam Clerk?
Okay, so I suppose we should leave it pulled from the consent agenda and wait and see if he shows up. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili?
Is it the right time to add additional referral?
Yes, you can ask for that.
But this is the introduction from the floor, item 85140.
Requesting referral to?
Add to Sustainability Committee.
Do you have a date, Alder?
I think it's the 23rd of September.
September 23rd? All right, so Alder Wahili is requesting an additional referral for Legistar 85140 to the Sustainable Madison Committee on the 23rd of this month. If there's objection to that, we'll vote on it. If there is no objection, we'll consider it part of the consent agenda. Seeing no objection, we'll consider that part of the consent agenda. Are there any other items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, then President Figueroa call a motion on the consent agenda, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda, and we will move on to public comment. And we will start by checking to see if Josh Olson of District 6 wishes to speak on agenda item 15, which is amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change minimum dimensional requirements in the T4C4 district.
I'm good to pull.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. We will move on then to item 16, which is adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the Northeast Area Plan. Let me pause. Do we have registrants on either 73 or 74 specifically? We should take them together if we do. Anybody wishing to speak? Okay. All right, so then we'll go on with item 16, adopting amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the Northeast Area Plan. Our first registrant is Nicholas Davies of District 15, to be followed by Josh Olson, to be followed by Carrie McAllen. Registrants can come to either podium and speak into the mic, or if you are online, staff will unmute you. Do we have Nicholas Davies?
Yeah, hi, I'm on Zoom. I should be unmuted.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So while I support the Northeast Area Plan overall, I also support the neighborhood residents who have raised concerns with the proposed extension of Nakusa Trail, and I support the commissions that have recommended changes to that element of the plan. This is the exact kind of feedback that this process is intended to bring to the surface. And, I see many reasons to support the integrity of the park space and oppose adding a cut-through street, but in particular, if a road were added here, I'm concerned that it would increase opportunities for crime, not just the vehicular categories of crime that would come along with any new cut-through street by default, things like speeding, parking violations, failure to yield, and ultimately, potentially vehicular homicide, but also Arizona State University's Center for Problem-Oriented Policing cautions that, quote, burglars avoid cul-de-sacs and prefer corner sites, end quote, and that, quote, areas with street layouts that permit easy access experience more crime, end quote, because it's easier to get in and out unimpeded. So, I believe there were some thoughts raised on how this would affect crime, and, in my view, a cut-through street, just increases more opportunity for it in this area. So I hope you'll pass the plan, and I hope that you'll support removing the Nakusa Trail extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Carrie McAllen, to be followed by Eric Gertner. Josh?
Hello. I just wanted to say that with these area plans, I am generally supportive of finding more housing in these areas, as well as making things more safe for pedestrians and bikers. I can count on my probably two hands in the last year how many incidents I've had walking and biking where I've been nearly hit by a car, as well as one of my friends getting hit by a car. So making these areas safe for people that are not just driving in cars is super important to me. I think it's important to a lot of people. And also, I think the housing stuff with the East Town Mall is optimistic, and I really like it. I think we should be looking to have more areas like that in Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carrie McAllen of District 3, representing the Burke Heights Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Eric Gertner, to be followed by Brian Wendt. Carrie?
Good evening, council members. When our neighbors learned about the road in the plan, there has been much resident involvement and feedback. In just the last few weeks, and over 400 persons have signed our petition. Some residents have personally expressed to me that they will no longer trust that their children can walk safely to the park alone. I find this to be a restriction to our freedom to enjoy our own neighborhood. The city plan states that a street would increase access to the park, yet over Labor Day weekend, both soccer fields were in full use with players and spectators. The play equipment was in use. Scores of bikers used both the brand-new single-track course. The bike path was in constant use by walkers, joggers, and those accessing the dog park. And the dog park is one of the most popular in the city. The access to the park is provided by street parking on Sycamore Avenue to the north. As you can see on this map, there is a road, Sycamore Avenue, it's labeled there, and then Jana Lane to the east. There's street parking there, and additionally, there's a parking lot for the dog park on Sycamore Avenue. It's also accessed by pedestrian traffic and, of course, bicycle traffic. As you are aware, the Autumn Ridge bicycle bridge is under construction over Highway 30 from Thompson Drive to Ziegler Road. Ziegler Road, which is not able to see there, but it leads straight to the bike path in Sycamore Park at the southwest corner of the park, where Nakusa Trail presently ends. Ziegler Road is a residential road with a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and it has recently been painted as a bike path. The City of Madison is spending significant sums of taxpayer dollars to improve the bike paths in the city, and we are glad for it. Including a plan to extend Nakusa Trail will further fragment our bike path system. This is contradictory to the city's Vision Zero and may contribute to hindering recertification as a platinum-level bicycle-friendly city. Eric Gertner's timeline demonstrates that while there was public involvement, the Nakusa Trail extension was not clearly indicated in the documentation nor during the walkabout with residents in Sycamore Park.
You have about 30 seconds.
Documentation, we recognize that there is an issue with the intersection at Commercial Avenue and Pulley Drive, but it's more of an annoyance than a safety issue. You will hear more about that from Brian Wendt. Jesse Alter, whose family has lived in the neighborhood for over 50 years, will speak about the park's natural beauty, importance to the community, and the impact on the wellness of the city's residents. Extending this road negatively impacts all these aspects as we'll lose forever.
That's your time. Thank you so much.
2 seconds more, please. A street in this park will be intrusive, unnecessary.
We have to cut
Yes,
you off
ma'am.
at 3 minutes.
Thank you all for your time. Please
Thank you.
vote no.
Our next registrant is Eric Gertner of District 3, to be followed by Brian Wendt, to be followed by Jessica Alter. Eric?
All right. I guess I can hold it up like this. Sounds like it's working. Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me comment. My name is Eric Gertner. I'm a resident of the Northeast area near Sycamore Park. Along with over 400 community members who signed a petition, I ask that you approve the Northeast Area Plan with the exception of the Nakusa Trail street extension through and along Sycamore Park. I emailed a link to the petitions page and understand it's part of the summary of public comment for this meeting right now. As of about 20 minutes ago, 412 people have signed in just under 2 weeks. Vast majority are from about 2 to 3 miles of Sycamore Park, so they represent the community rather than just the immediate neighborhood. I encourage you to read the comments people left for why they would like the planned road removed. Common themes are safe access to Sycamore Park for all its users, valuing the park features and amenities that a road would remove or disrupt, and pointing out that the existing through streets and parking right next to the park are pretty effective as they are. If you look at our previous community input, you'll see it's been consistent. Approving the plan without the road extension lines up with the project's public feedback summary from May 2024, which had around 200 responses. In that document, you'll see our community values access to green space and safer infrastructure for everyone, not just people in cars. Approving the planned road also matches the more focused community engagement of the Sycamore Park Master Plan, which called for a multi-use path in the area instead. Approving the plan without the road also fits with the earlier intent of the land. Decades ago, it was donated to be a park, And while there are apparently mechanisms to change such things, it currently has a park and open space dedication. So I ask you to please approve the otherwise excellent Northeast Area Plan with the exception of the Nakusa Trail street extension along and through Sycamore Park. Thanks again, and thanks for making the city a great place to live.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Wendt of District 3, to be followed by Jessica Alter, to be followed by Travis Gruchow. Brian?
Hello, my name is Brian Wendt. I'm here to ask you all to vote against the extension of Nakusa Trail. We need to ensure that the park remains a safe place for everybody to enjoy. Unfortunately, we did not see that the road appeared in the Northeast Area Plan until after the transportation meeting. So we didn't make it to that commission, but I'm going to talk about the traffic flow tonight since it's my daily driving area. If we look at the surrounding roads to include Sycamore, Commercial, Conlin, Jana, and even North Thompson, we see that the city has already implemented speed reduction measures on all of them. Reduced speed limits, speed bumps, and stop signs have all shown up with the hopes of reducing accidents. I think that we can all agree that speeding as well as distracted driving are a big issue on our roads. The consequences of opening up the community for speeding in the park has large risks associated with it, which is another main concern of park users and residents of the neighborhood. They expressed that an additional street along the south side would almost fully encircle the park with roads, and that would not be great. Let's hit on Commercial and Poley. Yes, that intersection is annoying, especially during morning rush hour. But it's not as much of a safety concern. The planners stated that there were only 2 recorded accidents there in the past 5 years. The planners have not presented data that shows that the extension would improve traffic flow at the Commercial intersection. In fact, we believe as people who live here and drive these roads every day that an extension of Nakusa Trail would increase traffic at that intersection and cause extensive backups of vehicles on Poley Drive. We believe that it will reroute increased traffic through neighborhood streets as well, impacting pedestrian and bicycle travel. If they want to improve that intersection, then they should work with the county and WIS DOT to improve that intersection. In conclusion, the planned extension creates an unneeded cut-through road where many primary roads already exist. The planned extension will not alleviate traffic at the Commercial intersection, and it is not aligned with our city's visions. The planned extension creates an opportunity for vehicular injury within the park. Safety starts with all of us. The community has spoken, and we believe that as elected officials, it is your job to represent we the people who elected you. So please vote to remove the planned extension in its entirety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jessica Alter of District 3, to be followed by Travis Gruchow.
Hey, everybody. I'm real nervous. Good evening, Mayor, Council President, Vice President, and Alders. Thank you for the opportunity to come here before you all tonight. Our community has found itself empowered by one small little line. Our friends and our neighbors and our family members, we've written to you, and they've signed the petition, and some of us have come out to speak tonight. We don't want to complain about the plan because we think it's great, but we're here to ask you to do something about it. We've made strong arguments that include logic and nuance about our neighborhood, and we've conveyed our concerns about safety and about efficiency, about the environment, and even about the connectivity. All of this is in an effort to impact your vote tonight. Right now is the time that we've been working towards this last month. The decision is going to be in your hands. We've done what we can. The people who love this park have shown up in droves to ask you to be our advocate. The planners said that they had a hard time getting feedback over here, and that's understandable. But we've introduced you to over 400 people who are asking you to remove that small little line. Justin was right. The city does look different now, and so does our park. Sycamore has morphed and it's shifted over the years, and that's okay. It's natural even. As a kid, I can remember there were 3 different playgrounds here. One of them had that big metal slide that burned your butt on the way down. There was no dog park yet even, but people still flock to Sycamore Park. Madisonians want to be in nature, and they want spaces of recreation. They want it safe from vehicles. Even before my time, there are stories of the community gardens there, more biking and snowmobiles, and they even used to flood the field in the wintertime. They'd make a skating rink for all the neighborhood kids. I think they maybe knew a water guy who just happened to have a key and used his east side ingenuity, you know? Throughout the years and the changes, one thing has remained a constant about Sycamore Park. Its ability to offer joy and wellness to the people who visited. The one thing that Sycamore Park has never had, and it will never ever need, is traffic running through it. Let us not choose to lose this sense of place tonight.
About 30
it's too
seconds.
important. So tonight, Alders, we implore you, please stand in solidarity with our community on the Far East Side. We've spoken. Recognize that planning a street in Sycamore Park is all wrong for the location. Please vote to remove the Nakusa Trail extension from the Northeast Plan this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Travis Gerchow of District 17. Do we have Travis?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening. I live on the other side of Sycamore Avenue, right next to the park, and use the park daily between like my commute to work or taking my kids and my wife to the park as well. I've always been told that local government impacts you more and you have more of a direct say than opposed to like the federal government. And you're hearing multiple voices just opposing one section of a 100-page PDF. So it's infuriating that we're to this point where we're at the last step trying to just get one small piece out of a 100-page document to be removed. There's 412 people that signed a petition, including myself. And the reasons that we were told for this road is giving better access to the park, which clearly if you go there on any weekend or even during the weekdays, it is getting used heavily. We don't need a road for access to the park. We don't need a road for kids to have to cross to get to the park that they want to play in. I can't send my kids to the park by themselves because they have to cross Sycamore Park or Sycamore Avenue. But the other side of the park, those kids can just kind of walk over there because they're just crossing a bike path. If we want better access to the park, anybody that comes and uses that park from anywhere outside of our neighborhood, there's nowhere to go to the bathroom. And we're talking about putting a road through there. Like there's other things that would make that park more beneficial than a road. I think it goes directly against Project Zero for zero traffic incidents. There's zero traffic deaths. As someone that bikes these roads every day to go to work, I've seen cars in the neighborhoods like on Thompson and Sycamore and Swanton and Milwaukee Street, these roads that all kind of like connect from these neighborhood streets. Cars passing in the turn lane, cars passing on the right-hand side in a bike lane. And now we're trying to put a road through a park where it's all kids. And the new mountain bike trails that were just put in, the road would have to go almost right next to that because I don't know where else you would put it. At the meeting, the last meeting before this one, it didn't seem like there was any real plan of like what the road would look like, lanes, when there be parking spots. It just seems vague and not well thought out to be put into a plan. So I highly encourage the plan to be, or the whole thing to be taken out for the extension for Nakusa. And if it comes to a unanimous vote, like you can vote no until this is out.
You have about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants the rest of the plan to die just because of one small road. That's all I have to say. So thank you all.
Thank you. Those are the registrants wishing to speak on item 16. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 16? Alder Field?
Thank you, Mayor. Did Carrie McAllen have more to share?
Are you moving an additional minute for Carrie?
If she wishes.
Did you want to?
No, I was concluded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions, Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, this question's for Travis. I was just wondering what was your understanding of why the road is needed other than access to the park?
Do we still have Travis?
Yeah, I'm still here. At the meeting, the last meeting, the gentleman that spoke on the road, it was talked about having access to the park. He talked about more eyes on the park make a safe park, which I don't see Sycamore Park having any issues with safety. When I take my kids there, I bike loops with them on the mountain bike trails and let my smallest one go by himself. So I can go with my older boy or switch back and forth. So I don't think safety is a real big concern. And those were the big ones. Like, I think access is already proven that there's plenty of access. And he talks about like neighborhood parks becoming small private parks, but it's not. Like, there's a huge Hispanic population that come and play soccer. And if you look on the PDF, the one that is currently still there, it shows the blue dotted line still going through a soccer field. So when we talk about the vagueness of this plan, this road, they still have a dotted line going straight through a soccer field that gets used every week. So I don't see why we can't remove this, is all.
And if I could just ask a follow-up question, thank you.
Yeah.
And really, any other neighbors can speak to it, Travis, or anybody else that spoke. And I did used to live right there. How do people now access the park? Could somebody walk us around the park and tell us what happens every day as far as access? Getting into the park and describing it for my colleagues just in case they missed it.
Travis, did you want to answer that, or would you like to defer to someone else?
I can answer, and then other people can too. Am I unmuted still?
Yes, you are.
So when the soccer players come in, they park along either Jana or Sycamore Avenue. So on a Sunday afternoon, like all of Sycamore Avenue has like street parking is filled up pretty good. And then Jana Lane also. And then there's a parking lot across from the city recycling center that is for the dog park area. And then most of it, like for all the kids that are coming in there are either just coming across from the neighborhoods. I bike there down Wayridge Drive and then just hop into the park that way. And then neighborhood kids come from all over the other sides of the park as well. So they come from all different areas. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants on this item? Alder Latimer Burris, an additional question?
If somebody could just explain all the different activities, just in case any of our colleagues don't know what the park looks like. I mean, I lived there, but it was 10 years ago, so it might have changed. Can anybody take that up with from the wood chips to the dog park to the soccer to the bike path to all of those different areas that are used by the neighborhood, the constituents?
Do any of the speakers wish to respond to that question? Go ahead. No, sorry. The folks that are on Zoom can only hear you if you speak into the mic.
Thank you for the question. As you've heard, the park is heavily used. I live at the bottom of Bewick Drive, so I know I said on a different one, I have a big, beautiful garden, so I'm outside all the time. And I see people on the new trail, of course, using the new pump track, the bike path, getting from A to B. There's a family who has been recently bringing their little guy down, playing badminton at the volleyball court, which is excellent. A lot of families come to our side on the south side there to play volleyball and practice in large groups. People use the pavilion for barbecues, get-togethers, meetups. More recently, since the single track has opened, we've had people stopping in. People leave their extra vegetables from their garden and use that as a point of connection with friends and community. The soccer fields are heavily used by leagues. There's also a soccer field, it's a backstop actually on the other side. And more recently as well, at the end of the summer, some little guys, maybe 9 or 10, there's a group between 5 and probably 12 every evening. Come on down, again, access by foot, and have pickup soccer games. They're practicing, they got their cones out, you know. Dog park, obviously heavily used. I know the streets guys come out 3 o'clock, right, 3:30, kind of empty the parking lot. I work in education, public ed, and I know that dog park specifically, a lot of teachers tend to go there, a lot of people in education, for whatever reason, maybe because we all get done at the same time, or like, hey, teacher. So heavily used a variety of ways. People exercise. There's a man who meditates in the morning at the pavilion every morning. People are out there with their stretchy bands, exercising just in the field. I met recently a woman who rode the bus from the south side specifically because she wanted to access our park. She said because of all the amenities and all the activity and the variety in activity that she wanted to be a part of. There was somebody recently out there flying their drones about with their family. So really just a very diverse activity. People have model airplanes. Actually, there's one man with a big yellow plane, if you're ever interested. Watching the planes from Truex even is very enjoyable to some people. So really heavily used, diversely used, whatever you want to do, really, there's a space for you at our park. Mm-hmm.
You're doing a great job. Thank you. Any final questions on this item? Seeing none, then we will move on to item 17, which is adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the West Area Plan. Our first registrant is Nicholas Davies of District 15, to be followed by Josh Olson, to be followed by Harry Jin. Nicholas?
Hi, thanks so much. And this is another one where overall I support the West Area Plan in its current form, and I support you all adopting it tonight as is. This plan has already gone through a bonus round of public and committee input, but there are always further tweaks that we can make. For instance, in the last revision, some properties were downgraded from MR or LMR to LR in an attempt to appease a certain faction that don't seem very appeased by that. So if we were going to reopen this can of worms, that would be one thing to look at. But there's one thing I want to contribute to the discussion tonight about the Sauk Creek path. Some people on one side of that predict that the path across Sauk Creek would help kids get to school. It'll help neighbors get to their local park. It'll form part of a commuter route, whereas opponents claim that maybe no one would use such a path. But both of these arguments are made from framing of status quo bias, where we're debating between two possible futures for this location, and one of those has this incumbent advantage of being what's there today. And here's how you can free your thinking from that status quo bias. So think of another greenway in Madison, one with a path through it. For example, I lived in the Green Tree neighborhood for several years, and there's a path there that I would take, connecting from Struck Road down to Elver Park. Families and kids from the Green Tree neighborhood and the multi-unit housing on Shorter Road use that path to get to that neighborhood park without having to walk or bike the long way around on a busy road. And now imagine the proposition before you tonight was the property owners adjacent to that greenway were petitioning the city to demolish that existing path so that unmanaged invasive saplings could grow there instead. That proposition would never fly, right? We know how much it would damage the neighborhood to lose that safe connectivity to their local park and to lose that access to green space. And so we know what the value of such a path is, whether it's in Green Tree or Sauk Creek or Spring Harbor or Meadowood or wherever. So I encourage you to keep this Sauk Creek path in the plan and to pass the West Area Plan as is tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Harry Jin, to be followed by Edward Hummel. Josh?
Hello. I'm going to make similar remarks to what I said with the Northeast Plan. I think the only change with this one is I'm not really in support or against the amendment as a whole. I think there are parts that I really like, or I guess the plan as a whole. There are parts I really like, and then there are parts that I don't like. I think it's a little bit tragic that some of the redistricting opportunities that were going to make opportunities for missing middle housing got stripped away from the plan. I think it would be better to keep those in and to make more of the area low-medium residential to allow for missing middle. I am, again, optimistic about things with the West Town Mall, making that a walkable neighborhood potentially in the future. And again, everything is potential based on what actually can happen with development and financing and all of these other things. But just making things possible in the future, I think, is the way to go with these plans that are looking at 10 years moving forward. Like the previous speaker, I'm supportive of having those greenways and having safer bike paths. When I'm not having to bike next to cars is when I feel safest. And I'm not having to look over my shoulder and having to see if there's a car that is not looking for me or is going too quickly. On my own street, I got a radar gun and I conducted a speed study. It was Raymond Road. It's a 30 mile per hour road, and I caught 97% of drivers going above the speed limit, and I caught someone going 73 miles per hour. I talked to some officers who were doing a speed study as well. They caught someone going 68 miles per hour. It's important that we are designing things, especially looking forward decades, to keep pedestrians and bikers safe. So I think in general, with these area plans, we should be looking at making it possible to get the next increment of housing to make sure that we can accommodate for all the growth that we're looking for, and that we're making things safer for non-car occupants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Harry Jin of District 20, to be followed by Edward Hummel, to be followed by Jenny Iskandar. Harry?
Okay. Hello, Council. I'm standing to you today as someone who's lived around the West Side for the past 17 years of my still short life, and here to represent a new community organization of high school students in the area, the Youth Urbanists of Madison. So we're an organization who cares about the city's transportation, housing, and community spaces. And we're hugely in support of this plan, especially its focus on policies and values such as more dense housing, mixed-use development, better, faster, frequent, and more reliable transit, and safer streets for all. We believe these all go a long way to towards addressing some of our biggest challenges today, such as housing affordability and sustainability. And more specifically, I believe in this plan because I really do think it can transform people's lives. And I know that because these things, these policies allowing for better transportation, housing can have the potential and have changed mine. So I know this because I started getting around by myself by biking to school and my other activities in 10th grade. And now I've also started taking the bus to do things like attend classes at UW-Madison. And it's really been an incredible opportunity for me to grow into my high school years, to be able to go wherever I want, and to not have to worry about not being able to do something because I can't find a way there. And besides just reflections on the past, I also have to look towards the future now as a high school senior. I'm gonna be going off to college soon, and I'm soon also gonna have to settle down and find somewhere and find a job. And I'm really worried about the specter of unaffordable housing and the burden it could deal to people like me for maybe even decades. I mean, it really is sad that for a lot of people my age and what seems like our entire generation at this point, we've all seemed to accept it that none of us will be able to buy a home for a reasonable price in the future. I liken our situation in Madison just like to growing through those teenage years. Things are changing, and sometimes it feels like not everything is fully within our control. But I think it's also important to recognize that just like being a teenager lets you grow into adulthood and the incredible new freedom of that, change in Madison can be positive as well. New affordable housing could be home to teachers and nurses who our community depends on. And new mixed-use buildings could be home to vibrant new businesses which bolster our community. Change can be scary, but we can truly choose to embrace it here instead of fearing it.
About 30 seconds.
We can adapt with forward-looking policies, as is our duty to our community, to keep Madison a great place to live and a place where future generations have the opportunity as well to call their home.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Edward Hummel of District 9, to be followed by Jenny Iskandar, to be followed by Patsy Eliotto. Edward? Do we have Edward online?
Mayor, I don't see Edward in attendance.
All right, then we'll go on to Jenny Iskandar of District 9, to be followed by Patsy Eliotto, to be followed by Jane Meyer. Jenny?
I am an almost 40-year resident of Madison, 25 years spent in the Saw Creek neighborhood. My husband and I have 2 children, a sophomore at UW and a senior at Memorial. In Paul Fanlin's Capital Times article last week, he describes Madison's rich fabric of distinctive neighborhoods whose commonalities bind their residents. The Saw Creek Greenway is what makes our neighborhood distinctive. It is an urban oasis valued by neighbors for its tree canopy, native plants, and wildlife. Although the uninformed claim that the Greenway divides our neighborhood, this document, which you all received tonight, tells a different story. It traces our 6-year attempt to protect the Greenway by engaging with city staff, elected officials, and the media. Although some have portrayed our advocacy as anti-bike, this document shows a consistently environmental focus, which started long before the West Area Plan and will continue long after. It represents thousands of hours by hundreds of residents who want to preserve the last natural area in the 9th District. Our experience with Democracy in Action has been unifying and educational. It has led us to meet and form coalitions with neighbors across the city and taught us the importance of scrutinizing government initiatives. Before, we were on autopilot, but now we are informed and energized. Within the next year, you will be asked to weigh in on the Greenway restoration. Use this book to educate yourselves on the views of those directly affected by your decisions. Pull it out every time Saw Creek appears on your agenda. And visit the Greenway. See why it is a beloved part, the heart of our neighborhood. This document should be the starting point of any further plans in the Greenway. If this is what it takes
Sorry, about
to have
15
any
seconds left.
meaningful impact on this new area planning project, this level of organization, this level of engagement, in this new framework, you have to ask yourselves.
Thank you.
If
That's
the
your time.
public engagement in
Thank
this
you,
new
ma'am. That's your
framework
time.
was designed
Ma'am, that is your time, ma'am. You can ask an alder for additional time, but 3 minutes is the limit. All right, our next registrant is Patsy Eliotto of District 11, to be followed by Jane Meyer, to be followed by Will Ochowicz. Patsy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my comments are regarding the land use designation for the block of Whitney Way between Regent and Langlois Street. The current land use designation is low residential. There are 2 churches and a house on this block, and it is proposed that the designation be changed to neighborhood mixed use. Me and other neighbors feel that a multi-storied, multi-unit apartments with commercial on the first floor doesn't fit the area. This is a fully developed residential area. The neighborhood understands the need for more housing and is receptive to a smaller scale development like the two-story townhouses on Midvale over by Hilldale or the new townhouses in the Bayview area. Keeping the low residential designation on this block would allow for growth in an acceptable manner that fits this neighborhood. It was mentioned at one of the Plan Commission meetings that the city wants this block to be like Sequoia Commons. However, that area already had commercial buildings before it became mixed use, so it's not the same as this area. The Whitney Regent BRT station is the only station on the route from Minra Point to University Avenue that is in a 100% residential neighborhood. Not every BRT location needs to have a 4 to 5 story apartment with commercial. There are other commercial areas already nearby. Please consider maintaining the low residential designation to allow for growth that complements this established residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Jane Meyer of District 9, to be followed by Will Ochowicz, to be followed by Ted Drusen. Jane?
Hi, my name is Don Quixote. It's not, of course, but it could be after all of the years of tilting at the windmills that our city government boards and commissions with much the same result. Let me be direct. I, along with many, do not support a bike path in the Saw Creek Greenway and would like it removed from the West Area Plan. No north, south, east, west, up, down, left, right, none, zero, nada, none. And I've said it at every turn, at every chance, at every meeting, and my neighbors have. Switching one unwanted bike path for another, which incidentally had not even been discussed until this year, is not a compromise. Any bike path would require the removal of hundreds of trees, threatening the city's tree canopy and encouraging the ravages of climate change. A recent column by Paul Fanlin in the Capital Times points out how citizens see city leaders forcing pro-development changes, belittling reasonable homeowner objections, kowtowing to developers, adding weird and illogical bike lanes, and siding with the city's apparently influential bike lobby at every turn. Those of us working with Friends of Saw Creek have found this to be true, and I personally resent the paternalistic responses from some of the commissioners and staff that will like it later and they know what's best for us. I urge you to read the rest of Fanlin's column, which goes on to describe the discussion about the city undercutting Madison's sense of place. Fanlin states, throughout the summer, people have asked me what's up with the city and its obsession with adding more seemingly redundant bike lanes at the expense of auto traffic. The questions even come from avid bikers who say that there are plenty of excellent and convenient paths. Yes, what is this obsession? Especially in this time of budget crisis. Cyclists themselves have said they won't use the Greenway path in Saw Creek. City and staff and other officials have destroyed the trust with some of the 400 residents opposing this bike path and tree loss as planners chase the obsession with adding redundant lanes. We're pro-bike. We're also pro-environment. And the two issues did not mix well in Saw Creek because the path does not link with the bike network and the city cannot afford to lose hundreds, if not thousands, of trees. The environment needs to prevail for the good of all Madison. We've written a book, as you see, that I'm sure no one will forget what's happened the past few years. My biggest concern is that this breach of trust between elected officials like you and activated volunteers like me will carry forward to the referendum. How can we vote to support this spending? So tonight is the last opportunity to keep this little slice of urban wild, just that, wild. You are the last fail-safe. And I, like Don Quixote, dream the impossible dream and ask you to take it from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Will Ochowicz of District 2, representing Madison is for People, to be followed by Ted Drusen, to be followed by Louis Cornelius. Will?
Hi, all. I wanted to start off by thanking the staff, alders, and commissioners who spent a lot of time working on this plan from start to finish, even though I know it was sometimes a contentious process. I wanted to speak out in support of the plan generally. It's by no means a perfect plan, but it is a step in the right direction. I was a bit disappointed by some of the process and the delays. As others have pointed out, these plans are not just about zoning, but are also about safety improvements and ways to make it easier for children to access schools or playgrounds for people to get around. I was particularly disappointed by the change in the text for the Whitney and Regent parcels to step down prematurely the height of the buildings. It's not a secret that a lot of churches are converting to housing, and actually in Madison, we are in a pretty good position. We have a lot of national leaders on church to housing conversions. So it's a bit disappointing that we're prematurely putting the kibosh on that. And I would hope that we would be cognizant of the fact that this is something that is going to be happening a lot in the future, and we can't just continue to say no. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ted Drusen of District 9, to be followed by Louis Cornelius, to be followed by Jim Long. Ted?
Good evening. My name is Ted Drusen, and I hope everyone's received one of the books, the Save Sauk Creek Woods and Greenway. This book provides uncensored insights into why we have spent over 6 years advocating for the preservation of the Sauk Creek Greenway and Woods. It's an in-depth historical record of the advocacy work of 400 people who wrote letters to the mayor and commissions, white papers, and letters to the editor. We met with experts, testified at city meetings, circulated petitions, distributed flyers and press releases, posted yard signs. Collectively, we devoted thousands of hours to saving this ecosystem that helps protect the city from the ravages of climate change. Tree canopy in District 9 is already low at 16%. Most of it is found in the Sauk Creek Greenway. Removing hundreds more trees from the Greenway beyond what is necessary to restore the creek bed will make temperatures hotter and reduce the overall quality of life in District 9. City planners say a line drawn on a map in the West Area Plan is just a line. We take it a term longer, a three-dimensional view, that a simple line is a map to the future, a future with rising global temperatures and dwindling natural resources. We need bike paths to encourage carbon-free transportation, of course, but we also need to be smart about where we put them and how much money we spend. This isn't a transportation issue or a parks issue, it's a quality of life, environmental, and budget issue. Building an unneeded infrastructure in the Sauk Creek Greenway will degrade the environment and look frivolous in the face of continuing budget crises. In 50 years, Madison residents will be grateful to you for making the historic decision to save the Sauk Creek Greenway and its legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Louis Cornelius of District 9, to be followed by Jim Long, to be followed by Gwen Long. Louis?
Thank you. Again, I'm going to refer to this book, and I'm going to be discussing the neighborhood advocacy before the West Area Plan. And in your book, I think I have the green page. Good evening. My name is Louis Cornelius, and I have been a resident of Sauk Creek for over 36 years. I was also the second Neighborhood Association president back in the early 1990s. I have been involved in the challenges and concerns regarding the Sauk Creek Greenway during this span of time. The latest Sauk Creek neighborhood discussions with the city, which began in 2016, have always focused on protecting the environmental assets of the treasured Sauk Creek Greenway trees. Besides its beauty, the Greenway channels and filters stormwater runoff that eventually flows into Lake Mendota. It converts carbon dioxide into oxygen, it lowers air temperatures from the growing heat islands, and it provides habitat for wild animals and birds. We believe that creek restoration is essential, but bike infrastructure is not and would damage the environment irrevocably. Another important feature to note is that the 26-acre Greenway is now one of the few remaining natural green spaces in Madison. As a Native American, it is essential to point out that this entire area is part of the ancestral homeland of the Ho-Chunk people. At many area functions, the land acknowledgement is noted before the proceedings. In recent years, Robin Wall Kimmer wrote a book entitled Braiding Sweetgrass. She is a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. One lesson from the book is that there needs to be balance among nature and the environment. She points out that from a Native American perspective, the plants were vegetation and foliage were here first, then the animals, and finally the humans, sort of a reverse of what we have now. Another bike path zigzagging down the slopes of the Saw Creek Greenway will result in the cutting down and destruction of multitudes of trees and plants that currently offer space to the vegetation and trees, as well as shelter to the wildlife and birds. We have included documents to show how this grassroots effort evolved from a few concerned neighbors to a mailing list of more than 400 throughout Madison. Saw Creek advocates have engaged with city staff for over a decade on greenway issues. Our concerns have consistently centered on protecting the environment by limiting massive tree loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jim Long of District 9, to be followed by Gwen Long, to be followed by Susan Bridgman. Jim?
Good evening. My name is Jim Long. I'm a resident of the Saw Creek neighborhood for the last 17 years. This book is a case study in public engagement by motivated residents. It documents thousands of hours of work by hundreds of Madison residents who want to preserve the last natural area in the 9th District, the Saw Creek Greenway. When faced with overwhelming opposition, city planners assured transportation and plan commissioners that they will see the bike path idea again if it moves forward into an actual plan. We intend this book to safeguard historical information, to keep it from getting lost as changes take place in city leadership. The slate must not be wiped clean. Our local experience with Democracy in Action has been both unifying and educational. It has led us to meet and form coalitions with neighbors and neighborhoods across the city and taught us the importance of scrutinizing government initiatives. We were on autopilot before, but now we are informed and energized. This book traces our 6-year attempt to protect the Greenway by engaging with city staffers, elected officials, appointees, and the media. We hope it will help inform and guide action by the next generation of advocates and city officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gwen Long of District 9, to be followed by Susan Brugman, to be followed by George Meyer. Gwen?
Hi. I'd like to start by thanking Alders Conklin, Iger, Tischler, Harrington McKinney, and Figueroa Cole for attending the multiple meetings during the first phase of the Madison area planning. It was great to finally have direct conversations with you and for your support. Thank you. Friends of the Saw Creek members attended every West Side planning meeting. I have to admit, it took us a while to read through and understand what that huge plan was about, and then find out that a bike path through our climate-controlling greenway was proposed, seemingly hidden in the 6th plan on a map. The West Area Plan meetings did not allow for much back and forth open conversations, and we would feel really frustrated afterwards. And it's just, I hope future planning meetings don't end up like that, and they're run a little differently. Friends of Saw Creek want to give a big shout out to Alder Nikki Conklin, who worked with city planning staff to support moving the bike path out of the Saw Creek Greenway and to identify other existing nearby neighborhood bike paths to make safety improvements. She said, and I quote, "We have heard from many area residents about their concerns for the ecology and natural feel of the Saw Creek Greenway, and they worry about the paved path that would damage both. I encourage my constituents to continue respectfully engaging in this process as it moves forward." And we have done that. For those of you who have had the pleasure of walking and biking the multiple shady and natural Saw Creek Greenway paths that are already there, you understand why we continue to implore you not to turn it into paved, shadeless prairie. Massive tree and animal habitat loss have already occurred in completed upstream projects, as seen on aerial maps that are included in your books. So there's lots of good information in here, and you can see before and after of the previous Sauk Creek Greenway restorations where the trees were lost. In the City of Madison Green Streets Guide, it states, public participation is based on the belief that those who are most affected by a decision have the right to be involved in the decision-making process, and a promise that the public's contribution will influence the decision. We cannot find any public records in the West Area Plan of a request for an east-west path through the Sauk Creek Greenway. Only a few letters from those who do not live in the city or anyone nearby this greenway.
You have about 30
Those
seconds.
of us who actually live along the creek and its trees are most affected by these changes and are trying to keep environmental mistakes that cannot be undone from happening. The proposed east-west trail goes through topographically challenging terrain. That's why creek crossings were not included in the original plans for our neighborhoods and the Walnut Grove Park. Paved paths and loss of trees are contrary to current stormwater management and an expensive challenge to maintain right next to a creek which overflows in heavy rains. Thank you, and
Thank you.
please remove it from the West Area Plan. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Susan Brugman of District 9, to be followed by George Meyer, to be followed by Craig Weinhold. Susan?
You did a good job on my name. It's always hard.
Oh, thank you.
So, good evening, Mayor and Alders. Tonight, I am addressing the Sauk Creek Greenway Plan and the West Area Plan. It has been a long, arduous, sometimes contentious process that brings us to tonight. The process has been less than inclusive at times to the area residents who are most directly affected by decisions made tonight. Meetings were held where we were talked at with no chance to actually ask questions. The engagement process did not allow for true engagement with dialogue back and forth. This has caused frustration and mistrust. However, the amended WAP that you are voting on tonight demonstrates the city employees have made some adjustments that take into consideration the environment and our concerns for saving a unique, beautiful, natural green space. Thank you to our alder, Nikki Conklin, for removing the north-south bike path. You listened to our concerns and embraced the benefits of a local nature center. Thank you, city planners, for using the existing bike paths on High Point and Westfield with additional safety modifications to improve the already low-stress routes. The east-west path was left in after the north-south path was removed from the West Area Plan. This is seen by some as a compromise. However, compromise requires dialogue, and there was no dialogue with area residents. The east-west bike path will require the removal of a huge number of trees due to the steep grade requiring many switchbacks to meet ADA requirements. The multi-million-dollar cost to build a bridge across the creek, create the switchback paths, and connect through the neighborhood on one side and through Walnut Grove Park on the other side for bike connectivity is huge, not to mention the cost of the loss of trees and wildlife. The wish for all people to ride, walk, etc. through a beautiful green space is a myth, because the beautiful green space will be replaced with a wide-open asphalt structure. This project will cost the city an enormous amount of money, even with grant money to fund some of the work. Tonight, I ask you to require an independent study of the environmental impact and financial impact building an unnecessary east-west path will have to the city and the area. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is George Meyer of District 9, to be followed by Craig Weinhold, to be followed by Nino Amato. George?
Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
We can.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. And thank you all for the hard work you do for the city of Madison. I'm speaking to the proposed east-west bike path in the Sauk Creek Greenway. My background includes 32 years at the Department of Natural Resources, 20 years as a senior manager, 8 as secretary. We had responsibility for managing 1.5 million acres of public land. I am familiar with the challenges of placing bike paths, both mountain bikes and regular bikes, on the landscape of public lands. The area that heretofore has been looked at as a route for an east-west bike path in the Greenway is only about 3/10 of a mile across, side to side. A major problem will be on the east side, especially near Walnut Grove Park, a logical place to have a path start. The elevation differential from the top of the bank to the bottom of the Greenway is 41 feet. To deal with that grade differential will necessitate several switchbacks, which if built to the city's specifications will result in the loss of hundreds of trees. Developing the engineering and ecological interactions will be very, very difficult. The city should bring in, before it goes any farther, and putting it in the plan, keeping it in the plan, the city should bring in outside experts to assist staff in determining even a large view cost and ecologic feasibility of such a project. And then as
You have about 30 seconds left.
And as Susan mentioned, then there's still the added cost of bridging the creek. This will be a very expensive project for 3/10 of a mile of a bike path when there are other alternatives. Please remove this from the West Area Plan, and appreciate having this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Craig Weinholz of Dartmouth Road, to be followed by Nino Amato, to be followed by Mark Pitch. Craig?
All right, thank you. I guess I am the bike lobby, but I do support bicycling and pedestrian paths. I support neighborhoods where residents have transportation options. But I want to talk about plans tonight. Alder Harrington McKinney penned a blog a few weeks ago. She quoted Neil Heinen, who said, before a place becomes what any of us truly want, we have to imagine it. And that's what plans are. Plans are the imagination. They plot the outline, the future, to help guide developers, transportation planners, neighbors, city staff, and so forth. And that future may be decades away. I'm not going to talk about the Sauk Creek path, but I want to remind people about the West Beltline path. Some of you have probably been on it. Some of you maybe don't even know it exists. But it's been in the plans for as long as the Sauk Creek path, going back to at least 1997. It was a line on a map. In 2004, the first portion was built when ATC put a power line along the Beltline. In 2017, another portion was built when High Point Road Bridge was replaced. 2020, another portion when Gammon Road was reconstructed. In 2023, there was a new section along near Aldi, and that was only possible because right-of-way had been established when that Aldi area had been developed years earlier. 2025, there's a Zorshrine Drive redevelopment that's going to redo another little portion of that. And finally, in 2028, the final portion has been received funding from the city to complete the final section along the southern side of Westtown Mall. If you're keeping track, that's 31 years to build 2 3/4 mile of contiguous path. So think about that a bit. That's the time scale city plans work on. Long times, growth, outward growth, new developments, and so on. The West Area Plan before you has calls for connecting this path to the Southwest Commuter Path, which is our biggest, most popular path on the west side. That new connection is just one of many new connections on one line item in the West Area Plan. The West Area Plan has 140 line items, each of those with stories to tell. It's unfortunate that public discourse for this whole process has been dominated by 3 line items.
You have about
Sauk
30
Creek,
seconds.
Middleton Street, and the proactive rezoning. And only that last one actually impacts more than a couple dozen people, well, a couple hundred people maybe, but certainly we absolutely need public engagement, but we have 10 more plans to do. We can't let public engagement derail the process, the long-scale planning, or the imagining of our future city. I hope planners can find ways to deal with this going forward.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nino Amato of District 9, to be followed by Mark Pitch, to be followed by Chris Carlson. Nino?
Thank you. Lived on the west side in Wexford Village, in Tamarack and Farmington Way for 46 years. Raised my daughters on Sauk Creek. I would like to believe that there would be enough votes to remove the east-west bike path, but I'm pragmatic. And that's why I'm proposing that you amend the plan with an environmental impact study. You have a document that I shared with you, and I base that on the City of Madison Urban Forestry Task Force recommendations of 2019. Katie Crowley was on that task force, and you can see all the other people from the city, 2 former alders as well. And let me just read to you verbatim the value statement in that report. Trees are a foundation for Madison's community and ecosystem health, sustainability, and resilience. Our urban trees and forests play a vital role in stormwater management, protecting our drinking water, reducing energy costs, and human stress. With this in mind, our urban trees and forests must be managed holistically and urgently as a potential fragile resource. If you flip it over, there's actually 18 recommendations. I took the top 8. And I want to point out number 7 and number 8. The Park Commission should prepare a policy of developing increased street canopies and greenway tree growth with the goal of planting 2,000 more trees above the replacement rate each year for the next 5 years. We have gone in the opposite direction. Case in point, Pleasant View Road. From Old Sauk to Highway 14, there were over 600 trees. They're gone. And you know how many they replanted? 21, and 4 of those are already dying. The other thing about the report points out is the dysfunctionalism and silos in all the different departments, which is confusing to the residents to deal with the issue, and encourage a management team to work through a process to address these issues. At the very least, let me say this. The environmental impact study by an independent third party, Nelson Institute, well-respected UW-Madison, would be ideal for both the climate issue, stormwater management, the sequestration of loss of trees.
You have about 30 seconds left.
And let me just say, the last speaker doesn't even live in Madison. And he created a very distorted video that this was an elite group of people who were trying to protect the environment and not allow people in. So I really resent people playing that kind of game. So I hope you endorse an amendment and add it as environmental impact study, and then we can come back and visit whether a bike path is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mark Pitch of District 11, to be followed by Chris Carlson. Mark?
Thank you, Mayor and Alders. I'm Mark Pitch, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I live on the 4800 block of Marathon Drive, adjacent to Covenant Presbyterian Church, 326 South Seagull Road at Mineral Point. My wife and I are among a handful of homeowners whose backyards abut the church property. I encourage you to change the proposed future land use designation for the Covenant property from neighborhood mixed use to low residential. Low residential would continue to allow for development up to 3 stories, and we would support the construction of townhouses on that property in the future should the land use designation remain low residential. Townhouses would be much more compatible with the surrounding homes while meeting the city's goal of adding density. It would promote home ownership at an entry-level price point, helping lower-income buyers build wealth and establish roots in Madison. It would be the kind of missing middle housing everyone keeps talking about while remaining in scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Instead, neighborhood mixed use would allow for at least 4 stories, maybe more, mere feet from our backyards, and do nothing to address missing middle housing. It would pave the way for another Sequoia Commons, where earlier this year a 1-bed, one bath, 761 square foot condo sold for $300,000. You can't help lower income people build housing wealth with an NMU designation, but you sure can charge $8 for a cup of coffee or $400 a square foot for a condo. We invited city planners to visit our property to view firsthand the serious impacts the proposal would present to our privacy and quality of life. I extend the same invitation to each of you. Visit us anytime. We don't oppose additional density. There are strong elements in this plan, but the additional of density in neighborhoods of single-family homes should be reasonable and measured, and this proposal is neither. The corner of Seago and Mineral Point Roads is not the same as University Avenue and Whitney Way. It's not the same as East Washington Avenue and Blair Street. It's not the same as Mineral Point and Gammon. Under this plan, you're essentially asking 7 homeowners to bear a disproportionate burden to meet the goal of adding density. This has been a little bit of a dispiriting process, yet I want to applaud the mostly respectful dialogue that I have heard over the last 18 months or so in regard to the West Area Plan. It's a dramatic contrast to some of the name-calling and vitriol that we heard during the debate over the Transit Overlay District.
You have about 30 seconds.
I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Chris Carlson of District 11. Chris?
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for your time. I'm a past member of the Transportation and Parking Commission, Long Range Transportation 2020, along with part of the Disabled Enforcement Council. So I understand where you're sitting. I've been through these things myself. I'm also a 40-year resident of Merrill Crest. I worked in the neighborhood. I worked at Wisconsin DOT for 32 years. I drove Madison Metro bus for 8. In fact, I used to give the mayor a ride home when I was doing that part-time. But we're happy that somebody listened to us and changed it to LR for the residents in the neighborhood that have their homes. Years back, Blackhawk Church tried to buy that whole block up originally. They were on the corner, and their folks that were in the church started secretly buying up houses on Merrill Crest because they had planned on wiping our neighborhood out at that point and build their mega church. As you can see, that didn't happen. We got pretty vocal. We got some things changed that allowed it. Now, we appreciate what the Planning Commission did and that people actually listened, and I'm sure some of you actually read the letter that we submitted. We're grateful for that. We're not against it, okay? We just don't want to see our property values go down. A lot of folks in the neighborhood have been reinvesting in their homes. I know that currently I couldn't afford to buy my own house if I was trying to buy it again, and I think that's horrid. I know that the word affordable housing was thrown at us at some of the meetings, and I resent that because when I asked the gentleman from planning who's over in the corner, how many affordable housing units were built along University Avenue, Sheboygan Avenue, Midvale, Seago, I was told that the city can't force anybody to build affordable housing. So we kind of don't want that thrown at us in this. And the biggest concern we had was that this was proactive rezoning. Nobody bothered to come and talk to our neighborhood and say, hey, we'd like to do this. I understand there's need for more housing. I just don't want a 12-story house at the corner of my house covering up everything. We've already seen an increased traffic flow through our neighborhood because of the BRT, where they restrict the lanes down to 1 lane of traffic on Whitney Way. The congestion this last week is horrendous going
You have about
inbound
20
and
seconds left.
outbound, and people are inundating our neighborhoods with vehicles already. So that takes in safety concerns for the kids in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check one more time if we have Edward Hummel of District 9, either online or in the room. And if not, we have a late breaking registrant, Mike Tarby of District 6. Mike? Do we have Mike either on the Zoom or in the room?
Mayor, I don't see Mike online.
Okay. Well, let's move on to questions on item 17. Alder Duncan.
Just to give Jenny another minute if she's wanting to finish her statements.
Is there any objection to another minute for Jenny? Seeing no objection?
Thank you. If this is what it takes to have meaningful impact in this new area planning process, this level of organization, this level of engagement, you have to ask yourselves if the public engagement in this new framework was designed to marginalize residents. I urge you to change this new process to ensure real, meaningful involvement of your constituents. Many people have asked why we would print this. Many of these letters, the majority of this book,
About 20
had been
seconds left.
submitted to, is that?
20 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. Anyway, none of this stuff even shows up on agendas or on minutes that were presented to commissions. So you couldn't even find this if you were looking for it easily. So we wanted to make it easy for you.
Thank you. Any additional questions on item 17? Alder Latimer Burris?
I had a couple of questions for the bike gentleman. I think.
The all-powerful bike lobby?
Craig, I'm sorry, I can't catch, I'm trying to catch everybody's name, take notes so I catch them. So why do you feel like, why do you feel like that public engagement is derailing this?
There's 140 items in this plan. The full redevelopment of Westtown, buying 15 acres of dilapidated commercial properties and turning them into parkland. There's wonderful things in the plan that should be front and center. People should be getting excited about the future possibilities. These hyper-local issues have really taken over that and drowned that out. I would challenge most people to even name more than 5 of the 140 items in the West Area Plan. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then the other thing is you started out in 1997, you said it was a line on the map, and we were talking about the belt line, I think. So what did that line in the map become? And so I'll start, what did that line in the map become?
So for the West Beltline path, it was a line from Whitney Way to kind of Westtown-ish area. And it became an opportunity when ATC was putting in transmission lines, so they could actually execute on that. That was a few years later. 2000, so paths in Madison began as a parks and open space jurisdiction. And they slowly moved to transportation as biking became far more important. So there's kind of a period right around 2000 when transportation took over. That's my understanding. And so in the 2000 bike plan, it's a very clear line. And that's also when a lot of the things about the Sauk Creek path were also very clearly defined. Again, they're just lines on maps. They're not money. They're not projects. They're just lines so that if projects happen to land there, people know to leave space. Transportation, as you know, only works if it actually connects somewhere. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't make sense to have 20 miles of path if there's an interruption in the middle. And so part of the planning process is reserving that space.
And with that, I was wondering, why do you think that none of the issues that are raised will come to pass necessarily?
None of the issues raised, well, which issues are you talking
So, I mean, there's issues, and I haven't really gone as far as I'm sure some of the people have that have, put together this report and so forth, but, the issues, the trees, the wildlife, the safe biking, the, building within the community limits, the missing middle housing, the size of the structures, the proactive zoning, issues with that which is already settled? Why do you think that they won't come to pass?
I think the West Area Plan will. I mean, the West Area Plan has many good items, and I hope that in 31 years we can look back and see a lot of those complete. It's got some wonderful things for the West Side. There's certainly some contentious things, but my complaint was how the public input process was so lopsided for a very narrow set of hyperlocal items, with the exception of proactive zoning. That's one that's going to affect all 12 of these plans. And so the city has to tackle proactive zoning more forthrightly in the next plans. But the other two issues were hyperlocal, and they just took over, like tonight. The public comments are dominated by one of those issues still.
So in the past, when you walked us back through 1997, we would guess, as most of us were not here in 97, we would guess that there's a lot of different things got changed because of public input and because of concerns. We're an environmental city, period. I mean, really environmental. So I guess I'm confused at what your position is on it, or what you're trying to get us to understand.
Well, my position is to go forward with the plan as presented. It's been through all the various committees. The contentious issue that most people have spoken on tonight is the specific Sauk Creek Greenway. There's a corridor stormwater project that's going on there that's going to determine the look and feel of that greenway. Until a line is on a map in the West Area Plan, engineering can't even look at some of the questions that people are raising about how many trees, about 41 feet, about all those issues. Those issues are all engineering questions. Engineering has said they can't even look at this until it's in the plan. But you're absolutely right. Lines on the plan, a lot of them don't ever happen. Development goes a different direction. Sometimes there's big changes. And so you can't count on them, but they are plans so that people are at least working in lockstep towards some vision until something major gets in the way.
And then from your experience, do developers then see the plans as a right to do what they'd like to do for their business?
Developers see plans as a way to get approval for their projects. They don't have to necessarily reciprocate the plans, but it's certainly a whole lot easier getting their plans approved if they do. A case in point, there's easements all over the place, small little passageways for roads or for paths or for future connections. And those are all in the landscape of platting and zoning and so forth and project developments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, I see you, but we do actually have Mike Tarby now. Is there any objection to allowing Mike?
Oh, no problem at all.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Alder. So then Mike Tarby of District 6.
Thank you so much. I was not originally planning on speaking tonight, but after hearing comments, I felt it was my obligation as a informed and active citizen to respond. Starting with the Sauk Creek Greenway, the goal is obviously to improve access. I've heard a lot of concern about the environmental impact of introducing a bike path. So ideally, of course, with improving access, one of the intended side effects is reducing car trips. For folks that are concerned about the environment, obviously car emissions are one of the leading causes of greenhouse gas emissions. So in addition, of course, trees are critical, but not just in addressing, essentially an after effect of, we can emit and then rely on the trees to take the carbon back out of the atmosphere. We should also be focusing on ways to reduce emissions in the first place, thus reducing our dependency on trees to essentially counterbalance our existing emissions. Also, many of the trees that would be removed are non-native, faster growing species that would limit the ability of local flora to grow and to thrive. Also, suggestions that the proposal is to level the greenway and turn it into a prairie are inaccurate. Plenty of the greenway would still remain untouched. Also, if we are concerned about the environment in the city of Madison, which I believe all of us are, I would expect to hear much stronger advocacy for higher capacity zoning in the west area to reduce travel distances and allow folks to live closer to where they work and participate in leisure. I would expect kind of the strongest voices in the room to be folks that are supporting bus rapid transit as it's a cost and environmentally friendly method of transportation for folks in the city, much more so than car transit. Bike paths are also friendlier to the city budget in terms of maintenance and repair costs, and they're friendlier to citizens who might not have the funds to be able to purchase a car in the first place or pay for car insurance or car maintenance or things like that. I also wanted to address the comments on the feedback structure of the West Area Plan. I would like to call attention to the lack of working families, young professionals that are here at this meeting, folks that are home taking care of themselves, taking care of their kids. If this was the primary method for folks to share feedback on the plan, it would encourage a very disproportionate response. I don't think that the populace in the room right now is representative of the area at large, and so I'd like to call attention to the fact that with the current feedback structure that the city approaches, the goal is a more balanced and representative selection of opinions from folks across the city.
About 15 seconds.
Thank you. And my last comment is developers build what there is a market for, so it's no surprise that property owners are maximizing the number of units with new construction when there are so few opportunities for something besides detached single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return then to questions for registrants on item 17. Alder Tischler, did you have a question?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, and I do have young kids at home. Just wanted to throw that out. I should attend to right now. But anyhow, my question actually is if Mark Pitch is still with us. I kind of wanted to ask him why he's worried about the Covenant Presbyterian Church. Because my understanding is it's a very strong congregation, and it's not going anywhere from my understanding. So.
I think that's accurate. My concern is more a matter of principle. Alder Tischler, Covenant is a robust congregation. There's something going on all the time. My joke is always that Covenant's quietest day is on Sunday. But it's a matter of the fact that this plan would sort of be hanging over the property for the next decade or two. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for registrants on item 17? Alder Latimer Burris, additional questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of them, Mayor. So for Jenny, Jenny's this way. So the question I want to ask is, what are you afraid of if this plan gets passed and it's simply, if the theory is correct, that it's simply a line on a map and engineering can't do much about anything? Why are you afraid if this gets passed without the changes that you want us to take a look at?
Well, back in November, when the Sauk Creek Greenway had a kickoff for the corridor plan, we were told that if there is a bike path in the West Area Plan, the engineers will have to figure out how to put one in. And we have no doubt that they could put one in, but the cost to the environment is what concerns us. As it was stated by Nino earlier, we have a 16% tree canopy with a goal in the city of 40. The majority of the tree canopy is in the Greenway. And that is our concern. Our concern is, right now for zoning, you talk about future, but I imagine that the future Madison would love to have a greenway, nature. They don't want just paved bike paths. So that's the future that I'm imagining. Other people are imagining a future that we need people to go a 0.3 mile distance to go from one side of the Greenway to the other. One thing I don't think people realize, I live around the midpoint between Old Sauk and Tree Lane. It takes me exactly 7 minutes to bike from my house to the park. And it also takes me 7 minutes to walk to the closest bus stop. So, do we need to make it closer for me? I don't think so. And people who are saying kids can bike to school or walk to school through this, you're talking elementary school kids, okay? Second graders. What mother is going to, or father, is going to send their second grader, let's say, through a secluded greenway to walk to school in the dark? Don't forget, most of the school year, kids are getting to the bus stops in the dark. And then what? We're letting them cross Gammon Road on their own to get to their school? The people who are talking for these bike paths, the majority of them do not live in our neighborhood and have no idea what it's like to live in our neighborhood. So please notice this document. These are all well thought out letters. Each letter was written separately for each commission that it was sent to. Very few of these are just duplicate letters. So these are the people who live there here. These are the people who will be directly affected by this plan. Not the people who live elsewhere outside of our district. And one other thing, keep in mind that the city planners do not track where comments are coming from. So when we have asked, where is the support for this bike path? We have consistently been told that it is comment or general comments. Somebody in the West Area planning process said, we want more off-street bike paths.
So
I don't know where those people live. I can tell you, the people who live in this area do not need or want a bike path to get across the Greenway.
So, I have just a follow-up question. As much as we're an environmental city, everybody knows we're also a bike city, right? We are super status. I don't know if it's platinum or silver, whatever it is. It's high. So are we talking about no bike path anywhere?
So no. First of all, this is such a micro neighborhood issue. If you're not familiar of where Sauk Creek is, some of you may not. The Sauk Creek Greenway, we are bordered by High Point, Old Sauk, Westfield, and Tree Lane. It is and keep in mind, it's probably 90% surrounded by private homes. So there isn't a way to make this a throughway, okay? You have to get there from other streets. And all the streets surrounding the Greenway are currently classified by the city as low stress. They're already low stress. So this bike path, it's seriously not needed. And don't forget, the planners initially told us that we needed a north-south path. They gave us 3 options. We opposed 1. The West Area Plan does include increased infrastructure on High Point and Westfield. So we're not saying no. We are celebrating the fact that they are building out the infrastructure on those 2 streets. But we do not need an east-west path when it only takes me, and I live at the midpoint, 7 minutes to get to this park. If it takes me 7 minutes to walk to a bus stop, it could easily take me 7 minutes to walk to a city path. I mean, you're not going to put another bus stop closer to me so I can get to a bus quicker, correct? So I can tell you this bike path is not needed.
And then the question that I want to ask is, I'm going to ask another constituent the same question, is how do you appease or educate the students about how you see the future of the housing crisis? Because it seems that there's so much friction between, should it be 12 stories, 5 stories? How do you do that?
Alder, she did
Who are
not.
you asking?
She didn't testify about
I'm
housing.
sorry.
No.
It must have, somebody else must have spoken on it. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Then.
Thank you.
I
Alder,
don't know the gentleman's name, but the student that started a new group, that's very exciting.
Harry Jin is his name? Harry? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't catch everybody's name. There's about 20 speakers. I was writing as fast as I could. Thank you, and thank you for being so bold to come and testify. I just really, my question is, just from a student perspective, do you think that putting all this housing that's proposed in all these different plans online will bring the price of housing down for you guys?
Wait, okay, how do you, okay. Yes, so not every unit that's being built will be necessarily like income restricted affordable housing, but building housing in general is still a good thing. And we've seen it in Madison where we've actually done a great job in recent years of getting more housing built. And that's meant that prices in Madison have stayed they haven't not been increasing, but it hasn't been completely out of control, right? And it shows that we still need to build more housing, and it's always going to be an issue, and there's always going to be some friction between people who already live here and future residents who want to move here, but it's important that we consider the importance of the price of housing for so many people.
And then just on following up, I really had these two questions. How do you think we balance out where the housing types for different people from a student perspective, for different people at different stages of life? So when I was 25, all I wanted to do was live in an apartment.
Yeah, well, part of that is just what many people have talked about in housing diversity, having a lot of different options. Say, there need to be apartments just like you wanted when you were 25, but maybe you get a little older and you have kids and you want to move into, say, a townhouse or something like that. And I think that's really what a lot of people are getting at when it comes to things like missing middle, is it just gives a lot of other options for people to have.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nina Amado.
Nina?
But before I ask the question, I just want to commend all the neighborhoods people who are here for putting together such a profound document for us to look through and read some of those comments from various committees. It takes a village to do all that, and your collaboration and putting the document is really appreciated. As Alder, one of my lens to make the decision is the community engagement. So I appreciate your engagement for being here and for putting together this. But my question for Nino is, you are asking us to consider the amendment. And as a city or as alders, we have to look at the fiscal implication. Who is going to be responsible or paying for that independent environmental study?
Well, given the current financial crisis, it becomes difficult. However, there's a lot of grant opportunities between the University of Madison and Nelson Institute. And if they team up with the city and some residents, I think you have a very good chance of getting that money. It's there. I've worked with the Nelson Institute, and I teach down at the engineering school at Platteville. We write grants all the time to do things like this.
Have you been...
And they might even do it pro bono in using their students, which we have done down at Platteville.
So before we consider, do you have commitment that they will be doing this either for pro bono or we can write for grants?
Oh, no,
have you had that conversation yet?
I think in order to even start that process, there has to be support from the city council to do it. And if you want to make the amendment contingent upon a grant or pro bono work, make it contingent upon that. And that would give us a chance to go out and try to find a grant or get a donor to, in fact, contribute to that. And I know quite a few good foundations, like the Goodman Foundations and others, that would probably do something like that if we asked them.
Thank you. And my other question is there any bike path surrounding the Saw Creek on the
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Yeah, Northwest Field, Southwest Field has bike paths on either side. under the leadership of Nikki Conklin, she put in speed bumps, she put in crossing guards, and you have bike paths on both sides. On Junction Road, correct? No. High Point Road, there are bike paths on the road. On Tree Lane, there is a arrow area for a bike path. So we already have bike paths. It doesn't make any sense. And that's what the students use to get to school. They're not going to go through Sauk Creek Woods or go over to the entrance in the Sauk Creek neighborhood, cross over in the Tamarack neighborhood to go through the Walnut Grove Park to get to Jefferson or to get to Memorial High School. And I recommend, come out here and see the place. You'll see that it defies good common sense, good policy, and cost effectiveness, especially when you factor in the trees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have no other alders in the queue with questions on item 17, so we'll move on. I will just remind alders that there is cake from a previous event if anybody is feeling the need for sustenance. All right, so then on item 19, which is amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown height requirements to allow affordable student housing to exceed the maximum number of stories. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Josh Olson of District 6. Josh?
Hello. I thought this was a really cool amendment. I'm happy that whoever staff alders who sponsor this, I thought this was really cool. I know we already have our bonus stories law for affordable housing units within apartments, but finding a way around to get this to apply to college students is really cool. I also want to point out the note of, I guess, like not forcing low-income students to not be able to live with their friends who maybe aren't in those low middle incomes that the colleges would then identify. I think it's awesome that we found a way to basically get them into units with their friends, no matter what their income is, and allow them to find more affordable rents, which is really difficult to do. So, well done. Thank you. Keep finding things like this.
Thank you. No other registrants wishing to speak on this item. Are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none, I believe that is the end of public comment. Alder Vitiver.
Hey, we have a 10-minute recess, please.
Alder Vitiver will move a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed until 8:40. We're about 3 minutes out, folks. We're about 3 minutes out. We are 2 minutes out from coming back from break. All right, we're 1 minute out. If I can have the alders in the room take their seats and the public return to the galleries and the alders on Zoom think about coming back and turning your cameras back on.
Thank you. 13, 14, 15. Oh, don't do it until it's, okay. All right, the hour of 8:40 having arrived, I'll ask that folks come back to their seats and ask the clerk to please call the roll and bring us back to order.
Alder Latimer Burris. Madison. Martinez Rutherford. Present. Miadze.
Present.
Rummel. Present. Tischler.
Yep, I'm back.
Verveer. Here. Bidiver. Wahelia. Here. Bennett. Conklin. Curry. Here. Duncan. Here. Evers. Here. Field. Here. Figueroa Cole. Here. Govindarajan.
Here.
Ugair.
Here.
Harrington McKinney. Knox.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item 4, which is Legistar 82652, a presentation from our Human Resources Director, Aaron. Which side would you like? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Erin Hilson. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Madison. I want to first just thank you for your time considering all of the work we do in human resources. Speaking for our entire agency, we appreciate the opportunity to share information about our work in HR, the challenges presented by current economic and employment conditions, and some of the strategies we're using to address them. We'll begin tonight by providing an overview of who we are in HR. You'll then be provided information on some of the work we do and the outcomes of that work, information about the state of our workforce, and we'll finish up by sharing some information about the impact of potential reductions in force on our employees, some of whom you'll see in the following slides, thanks to one of our IT interns this summer. Like so many in local government, we believe in the work we do every single day to impact the lives of the community we live in. Our vision is that people choose to work at the City of Madison to make a difference and stay because they belong. Our mission is that we attract, retain, and develop a diverse and engaged workforce to create an inclusive and high-performing city. These are many of the faces of our team in human resources who support our work and who you'll see every day around City Hall. We have 4 major goals. The first is to attract a talented and diverse workforce, retain an engaged and diverse workforce where all employees feel that they belong, develop our employees and organization to be an inclusive and high-performing city, and implement innovative and progressive human resources practices. We are just completing our work with Results Madison, but we have 3 major service areas. The first is HR services. These folks manage our classification, compensation, hiring, and strategic HR support. Our OD staff support agencies and the organization through leadership development, learning and development, performance excellence support, and organizational capacity building. And our employee and labor relations unit, where we coordinate benefits, labor relations, leave, accommodations, and provide some of the critical support to managers in dealing with some of the difficult staffing or employee issues. We'll start now with some of what we do in human resources and the impacts of that work. I want to first highlight that we have more information available in our 2023 annual report that can be accessed in this legislative item, on our HR About page, or in the QR code in the presentation. Starting in 2023, we implemented a 5-year strategic plan focused first on creating a foundation of strong HR practices. In year 2, focusing on the employee experience and onboarding. In year 3, on career pathways and employee development. In year 4, organizational excellence. And in our final year, planning for the future. I won't go through all of the work we've done in the last 2 years, but I do want to share a few highlights. I'll mention 2 big items that are ongoing, which include purchase of a new HR management system to update our onboarding, learning and performance management systems, as well as a citywide compensation study, which you've probably been hearing about through multiple communications over the past few months. 2 items we're particularly proud of in 2023 were development of a customer service framework, survey and communication plan, and our major revamping of our personnel rules through our fellowship with Results for America. This year, we've developed new marketing tools, a new social media guide, and are in the process of creating a partner pipeline program in accordance with the new personnel rules. It's a lot of P's. I hope this partner pipeline program will help us mitigate some of the impacts of the job market you'll hear about in a moment, and will also help us meet our workforce diversity goals. We're also in the process of working with our affinity group leads to develop a new Team City survey and accompanying process to tell us more about the employee experience and to help us target activities that will make the changes needed to improve the employee experience. Before diving into some of the hiring outcomes we've seen, I want to share a few of our organizational development outcomes. We have an incredible team in OD that provided 103 professional development courses in 2023, where 98% of the participants in those courses felt like they could apply what they learned to their jobs. We've also done a lot of work in leadership development with the guidance of our leadership development specialist, Jay Winston, who worked collaboratively with the team to develop and implement a new end-of-year leadership gathering where 100% of participants rated the new 2023 leadership gathering as successful in promoting a sense of unity across departments. She's also done work on our executive check-ins, a new mentorship program, implemented a values-based leadership framework and associated courses, where 98% of respondents rated the new values-based leadership courses as overall good or excellent. Incredible work. Moving on to some hiring related data, you can see that post-pandemic, we're seeing new surges in applications received, applications per posting, number of job postings, number of hires. We need to ensure that we are competitive in our wages and benefits to continue to turn these trends around. I'll touch on compensation in a minute to give you an idea of how we're doing in that area. You'll note that the percentage of applicants by race and ethnicity has been relatively stable, and the percent hired by race and ethnicity has also been relatively stable. Related to percent of applicants by gender, while we've seen relative stability there as well, we've also seen an emergence of a higher percentage of applicants who prefer not to answer or who are non-binary or genderqueer. One note of concern is that while we've seen an increase in the last few years of women applicants, we've actually seen a relative decrease in women who are hired in that last step of the recruitment process. This year, some of our efforts to address that have been through implementation of a new skills-based hiring framework, new marketing techniques, and a Women in Infrastructure program to focus on attracting women to traditionally male occupations. A summary of our hiring data shows total increase of applicants as well as BIPOC and women applicants increasing. And even with the additional increase in hires, we continue to see our time to fill positions at just under 3 months. I'll note our new personnel rules did not go into place until March of this year. And so we're hoping some of the improvements we've made to the personnel rules will help reduce the time to fill over the next few years and increase successful recruitments. Moving on to the state of our workforce, I'll share first some general workforce data, just to put into context some of the challenges we're seeing and how they're reflected in every sector of employment. We know that unemployment has seen historic lows in the last few years. This is evident in the 1.9 jobs we see for every job seeker in Wisconsin, and steadily high vacancies in state and local government compared to the number of hires in state and local government. I'll also note that turnover has become a challenge organizations are dealing with nationwide, where nationally 50% of people are considering leaving their jobs in the near future, and 77% agree the increase in people voluntarily leaving has put a strain on their own workload. Related to turnover, we've seen steady turnover in the last few years of around 9 to 10%. No remarkable increases, but I'll also note that this is part of a national trend of increasing turnover in every sector of employment. For reference, when I first started in 2008, our turnover rate had remained steady at about 5%. It really had not changed in a number of years. So while it's now steady and low, it still represents double the turnover we would have seen 20 years ago. Overall, while our retention is currently steady, there are a couple of trends we're digging into related to retention of BIPOC employees and an unusually high turnover of employees in their first year of employment. The turnover itself hasn't increased, but the turnover during that first year is what's increased pretty dramatically. We're hopeful our efforts to improve onboarding will start to stem that trend. Of the nearly 300 employees who turn over every year, approximately a third of those employees turn over due to retirement. Almost 18% of the workforce is currently retirement eligible, age 55 or higher. Nearly 32% of the workforce is nearing retirement eligibility or is retirement eligible at 50 or higher. Our protective service employees, of course, can retire at 50 versus 55. There are roughly 2,982 active permanent employees. About 29% of those employees identify as women. About 23% identify as BIPOC employees. And related to some of that additional demographic data, I did include a report alongside of this or included in this legislative item for more information. That brings us to compensation. I wanted to share some information and dispel some misinformation about wage increases both in the previous 5 years as well as since Act 10. Since Act 10, wage increases have averaged 2.4% annually, which doesn't factor in major changes in benefits and reduce employee take-home pay by at least 11.6% during that same time. In the previous 5 years, wage increases have been significantly outpaced by Dane County and are concerningly equal to or even less than the state and MMSD, who are some of our competitors. In such a tight job market, the compensation study will be really critical in helping us highlight those places where compensation is significantly lower than some of our competitors. One of the chief concerns I have as an HR director is the unfair criticism our staff have sometimes seen relative some of those wage increases. In the example I'm sharing, we have Jordan, who would have been hired as a parking enforcement officer in 2009 with a salary of $42,622. Jordan would have paid no pension and no contribution to health insurance. We then have Shannon hired in the same position in 2024. Shannon would currently be paid $60,204 in wages, but would have 11.6 required contributions to health and pension, which bring the real new wage down to $53,220. If Jordan had been hired today with just the CPI impacting wages, her wage rate would be $62,430, and she would still pay nothing in additional benefits. I'm not arguing that benefit costs shouldn't be shared by the employer and the employee. I'm really just trying to point out the fact that the real wage increase employees have experienced in the last 15 years is about 1.67% per year, compared to the average CPI of 2.41. So wages haven't even kept up with inflation, even if you don't consider those added benefit costs. They've really seen real wage decreases over the course of that last 15 years. Finally, related to well-being, we're seeing some positive and not so positive. That's any organization, right? Trends, and that's across different survey types, whether that's our pulse survey, our exit survey, other organizational surveys. We've seen a relatively high percentage of employees who feel that they belong on their team. We've seen an increase in the use of employee check-in tools. However, we've seen a reduction in work-life balance for employees as we continue to feel some of the shared workload burden of fewer relative staff in a growing city. Our leadership gathering identified workload management as one of the top 3 issues to work on in 2024. I'll also note that Pulse and Exit survey data confirms this, but I would like you to read through our annual report, as there is also a concerningly persistent disparity between the experience of office employees and field employees. So there's a lot of good news to talk about. A large percentage of employees find their jobs fulfilling. They feel they're given clear goals and objectives and agree that their supervisors provide adequate recognition. However, many also feel their jobs are causing them stress, which negatively affects them. And we're hopeful that our new survey process we develop will help us identify concrete strategies in every single agency to allow us to improve the employee experience. So I'm going to end with a little bit on the impacts of reduction. So these are just some national studies related to the impacts of layoffs on employees. 79% of layoff survivors, those are the folks that remain in the workforce after significant reductions in staff, say their motivation at work declined since the layoff. 66% report feeling overworked after workforce reductions. Those folks who are laid off or lose their job have shown that the trauma of unemployment causes disease. One study showed that that being laid off can increase the risk of suicide by 1.3 to 3 times. So the impacts of layoff are significant on individuals. I'll also note that our layoff policies require seniority to be considered in layoff decisions. This means that they disproportionately impact employees with the least amount of tenure. This chart shows that those with the least tenure are also the most racially diverse. This is borne out by concerns department heads have shared with me on the impacts to their staff of the 5% cuts they were required to recommend. They've shared concerns that as we continue to have to make cuts, these cuts could continue to disproportionately impact BIPOC employees, women, non-binary, and genderqueer employees. Our seniority-based displacement system also often results in cascades of displacement across the organization. That means additional retraining, additional difficulty with staff picking up new responsibilities and new duties. One layoff can easily result in 3 to 5 further displacements. Consequently, as Human Resources Director, I would suggest that anything that we can continue to do to further reduce the likelihood of layoffs will be helpful in mitigating some of these disproportionate impacts. So that brings us to the end of the information I prepared for you today. Again, I want to encourage you to read through a couple of the attachments to this presentation, and I'm very grateful for your expressed interest in this information. While we are poised with strong strategies to combat some of the local and national trends, we will need to continue to improve our processes and focus on the employee experience as we continue to do so. Thank you again. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Erin. And just in case anybody in this reach of my voice needs to hear it, if you're experiencing suicidal ideation or anybody you know is in distress, please call 988.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have questions. Alder Knox, and then Alder Wahili, and then Alder Miadze. Alder Knox?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, and I, first of all, I just want to, before I ask a few questions, let you know how much I appreciate civil servants, having been a 36-year career civil servant in state and county government myself. So I definitely understand over the years the sacrifices that public employees make. You know, back in when I started, we were sacrificing the salary for the benefits. Now I know most public employees are paying for the benefits as well as sacrificing on the salary. So I definitely understand the challenges that public employees go through. So I had a few questions. One of your bits of information talked about the high turnover rate. And you mentioned in your presentation about, you know, trying to improve your onboarding process. But I guess my questions related to that was, have you, you know, besides onboarding, which probably is more like orientation, but have you looked at the impact of your training? Do you feel that a lot of these early first year people going out is because of maybe their lack of expertise? Are they leaving because of maybe the private sector offers more appeal? Can you give us a little insight on why you feel that's happening, particularly in that first year?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So most of the or I won't say most of the folks, the highest percentage of employees who are leaving in that first year of employment are leaving for other jobs. So they start a job here, they report when they're leaving in their exit survey that they're leaving for another job. There could be other things behind that, but that's what most of those employees report. It could be due to a lack of fit in the current job. It could be due to compensation. It could be due to any number of things that might lead to dissatisfaction over their current position. But it also could be a sort of lack of skills fit and not a great onboarding experience, which doesn't allow them to develop the skills, feel confident, feel like they're going to be able to grow. And so that's why a lot of our work over this year and the next year are focused on onboarding, career pathways, the employee experience, so that we can start to improve that first year experience for new staff and hopefully increase that retention rate. I will also just mention, you mentioned that our turnover was high. It's actually relatively low. 9.1% is a relatively low turnover rate. It just happens to be almost double what it was 20 years ago. So there have been increases, and some of that is also just the nature of the workforce changing, how people look at their jobs and the willingness of folks to leave jobs, leave careers more readily than they would have 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Well, your chart showed 2020, which we all know that was the COVID year. It was something like 6.8. Then it went to 10.1 and then leveled off to 9 points. So where we would expect that turnover rate to be high during the COVID years, are you saying that it's low relative to private sector or other governmental agencies? What are you comparing?
Yeah. I'm saying it's relatively low compared to other organizations of our size and type. 9.1% is not an extremely high turnover rate for permanent employees. But it is higher than it's been. You just noted during the pandemic. I will mention that we provided a ton of services and support to the agencies and individuals as we went through the pandemic to allow folks to be displaced into other agencies and other jobs during the pandemic, which provided a lot of job security at a time when other folks in the local employment area did not have that same job security. So it's not surprising that during that time we had significantly lower turnover.
Okay, and I appreciate that from someone coming from another, I guess I have to say era, that seemed like a very high turnover rate for what I experienced. My second question really is related to the impact of retirements, and I didn't necessarily hear you touch on that, but given that I know that a lot of baby boomers are retiring, I don't know if the city offers incentives for that, but can you comment a little bit on the intellectual capacity that's leaving government and what impact that might have on your employment situation?
Yeah, so with 9% turnover, I will say it could be worse. It could be a worse situation where we had 20%, 25%. I've heard of organizations with turnover at those rates. Keeping that intellectual, those skills, those capabilities is really challenging when you have higher turnover like that. We're relatively steady at, I think it's around 111 average retirements per year. We saw a fairly big increase after Act 10 and then some spikes in other years over the course of the last decade or so, but it's been relatively steady. I think the concerning point there is the 32% who are eligible or nearing eligibility, and the ability of those folks to leave as they experience excess workload, increased dissatisfaction with their jobs with some of that extra workload, and the potential for all of that knowledge transfer to not be made as they leave the organization. So it's definitely a concern of ours.
Okay, and then the last thing, you talked about the impact of layoff and how it disproportionately impacts BIPAC individuals. And I mean, that probably is not so unusual, but given the progressive city that we live in, can you really talk about well, why? I mean, I'm a government retiree. Why don't we have those diverse numbers in upper senior areas? Well, can you speculate on why that's the case?
Well, if you look at the demographic data that was attached to this presentation, it includes a lot of historical information about the rates of BIPOC employees in our organization over time, including, up to 25 years ago, and how low those rates were. So if you're looking at data that shows 25 years ago, really a low rate of employment for BIPOC employees in our organization, you're going to see 25 years later that the folks with the most tenure really just are not a diverse group, and that's what you see in the data. I think that some of what we could be doing a little bit better in order to prepare ourselves for significant cuts that could disproportionately impact folks is getting ready to skill folks up so that they're able to take some of the vacancies or move into other positions as we make those cuts, so that we're not losing them out of the workforce, but are instead reskilling and getting them back into another job.
And are you guys looking at supportive programs for employees, like retention groups, things like that? Can you talk a little bit about how you plan to address that problem?
Yeah, so right now we're working, I mentioned our skills-based hiring strategies that we're in the process of developing. We're also working with we're going to attend a talent management training out of Harvard Bloomberg. And so we're excited to use that information that we gain to develop bigger plans around career pathways, what skills are needed for specific jobs, how you can, using skill-based hiring, how you can move people from entry jobs to sort of gateway jobs to destination jobs just through reskilling. So that's a little bit of the work that we're doing right now. Originally we thought about it more in terms of building career pathways for folks to attract folks into employment because of the development they would be benefited from as they come on board with the city. But as we think about the potential for reductions, we also have to sort of gear up in that same way.
Okay, I really appreciate your report. I'm going to go through it in more depth, but I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uhili? Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. So Madison is known for the tale of two cities. So sometimes, organizations say something, people are saying something, and in the community, we see a lot of PIPAC, particularly Black talent, who are not able to find jobs. And here you are saying that, it's very hard to find talent within Madison. Where does that disconnect comes from?
I wouldn't say I think it's very hard to find talent. I think our recruitment efforts needed to be modernized, and we've done some of that over the course of the last couple of years. And so we're hopeful that will pay off in getting some of that talent into our organization. But I think some of it is just folks want different things from their workplace right now, right? And one of the biggest that we see is the ability to grow and develop. And so that's why we're so focused on talent management, on skill building and skill-based hiring.
And to follow up with that, when you're recruiting, which outlet are you using to recruit, in Madison?
Oh, we use a variety of outlets. So we have, I can forward them to you after this presentation, but we have a talent acquisition plan that's a new document that supervisors or hiring managers can use to fill out to enhance their recruitment efforts. So they work one-on-one with our talent acquisition specialist, Javian Dane, who helps them identify the appropriate vehicle for advertising their positions. We have specific outlets like if you're looking to attract a more diverse workforce, which of those outlets you might choose versus if you're looking for, specific types of employees or specific jobs that you're filling, the types of vehicles you'd use. But I can forward you that document because it includes sort of subgroups that folks can select to try to enhance their recruitment process.
Thank you. And my final question is, one is your personal experience as a director of the HR. You have been here 2 years or 2.5 years?
Yeah, it's been about 1.5 years, almost 2 years. I think as most of you know, I have been with this organization for over 26 years, and I consider those to be blessed years. I consider city employment to be honestly an honor. It's been a blessing to me. I was a single parent for many, many years and raising a child, and it is city wages and benefits that sustained our little family for a lot of years. And so I believe very much in the quality of jobs and the quality jobs that we provide. I think as HR director, it's been a little bit of a new challenge to try to wrestle with some of the culture issues that are prevalent in any organization, I think particularly prevalent in public sector organizations, and how to really push the organization, nudge the organization forward in that way. But I'm confident that we'll be able to do so. We've got an incredible team in HR, and honestly, I probably wouldn't have nearly the hope and optimism that I have, given some of the economic and employment climate that we're in, if not for that incredible team.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miance?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron, for that great report, and also too, thank you for all that you and your staff do. I guess I just had a couple questions to add on. How easy or how complicated would it be to actually have like a document given to alders to post on their blog, say like all the jobs that are listed? I know that we see jobs come through once in a while, but I'm just wondering if there can be like a list of jobs like at the end of the week when we can actually post on our blog.
Yeah, so that's actually a very easy process, and I can link you up with our talent acquisition specialist to get a plan in place to make that happen.
Okay, and also too, like if we wanted, there was a Northside Fair this weekend, and a couple of union shops came out, which was great. Is there a way that we can actually, I know that you guys do come to fairs, you guys been to Warner Park Community Fair that I had. Just wondering also too, can we make like flyers as well too to bring there?
Yep, so that's some of the enhancements that I was talking about when I said that we have some new marketing and recruitment enhancements that we've worked on over the course of the last 6 to 8 months with our talent acquisition specialists and an amazing Aspire intern that we had this summer.
Okay, and lastly, I guess just to touch base with it, a couple of alders mentioned, but how engaged is civil rights in the process to make sure that we're being equitable, to make sure that there's an even playing field as far as the BIPOC community having access to jobs, city jobs?
Yeah, so we work very closely with our partners in the Department of Civil Rights. All of the work that we do, we meet regularly, several times a month on a variety of different projects, and also just as a general meeting to make sure that we're in alignment, to make sure that we're clear about what our goals are and how to move forward toward those goals. I'll mention that our staff worked hand in hand with the Department of Civil Rights recently to modify the equitable hire tool, which helps us improve our recruitments and hopefully reach more diverse applicants. That tool is currently being piloted and will be out by the end of this year, but it incorporates those skill-based hiring strategies that I've mentioned a few times today.
Okay, and just curious, you know, a lot of union jobs have where you work and learn. You talked about a lot of skill building. Is there any way that people can actually go to school and learn at the same time, or?
Yeah, so
what does that skill look like?
yeah, so we don't have a sort of tuition reimbursement like we used to have, but we do. We have started a lot of trainee programs. Our changes to our personnel rules allowed us easier access to or easier ability to implement trainee programs, which mean that we hire someone on, we provide them with a variety of different skill building. Some of that is through courses, through Madison College, some of it's through on-the-job training, some of it's through certifications and that sort of thing. But those trainee programs help us bring someone on who has the aptitude and the capability, but not necessarily the experience doing a particular job. And so those trainee programs have been really fruitful. We've done a number of them in engineering. We have one, if it's not posted in Water, it's going to be posted in Water, one that's going to be posted in Metro within the next couple of weeks or so. So we're trying to use those more and more to bring folks on and then develop them.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Aaron, and your team for all the work you've done on this. I just want to ask a couple of questions or have some thoughts. So around seniority, periodically I'll hear from city employees about how seniority may negatively impact shifts. So can you talk about some of that? Like, you know, the shifts that they may get when they start because they don't have the seniority kind of may contribute to them not necessarily being happy.
Yeah, so we see that in quite a few places. There are often several years that employees have to work until they get to a place where they can opt into some of those more desirable shifts. We have had it come up as a topic in our meet and confer processes, in our collective bargaining, to try to help mitigate some of the impacts that employees who are brand new experience through that lack of really beneficial shift selection that they have. We have that in most of our agencies, many of our agencies, I'll say, from locations like Streets to Metro Transit to Fleet. So a variety of places where, you know, folks have to build up seniority in order to get some of those beneficial jobs. And, you know, the inability to select shifts that feel reasonable for any particular employee might be part of the reason that some folks might opt into other jobs in that first year of employment. Saying I'm going to work every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday might seem okay when I'm taking a job, and then after I've done it for 6 months, I realize it's just unsustainable for my family. So that could lead to some of the dissatisfaction in the
Has there been improvement though on trying to work with folks who have more seniority to sort of like equalize the shifts, I guess, over time?
Yeah, so I would say we haven't had a ton of success in seniority is something that's very closely held by our associations and our unions. I understand why that is. Most of the folks who represent those folks, are interested in making sure they retain some of those benefits. What we have been able to do at Metro Transit, for example, is provide increased shift differential for employees that have shifts that are more undesirable to try to encourage, number one, more senior employees to opt into those less desirable shifts, opening up some of those other shifts. And then number two, providing additional compensation for the folks that are there.
And then with the issue around seniority and shifts, I'm going to guess, based on some of the slides, that the issue around the shifts are also going to probably mostly impact folks of color or disproportionately impact them.
Yes, it would, just because, that is our most diverse work group, the folks who are 2 years or less in city employment.
Gotcha. And then for the exit surveys for folks who are leaving within their first year, you don't have to don't share them tonight, or totally up to you, but are you pulling out is there a way to pull out the direct stressors? Like not just they're going to another job, but like really pinpointing the various stressors?
It depends. There are times where we do full out exit interviews in order to get some of that deeper information. Some of the folks who are leaving the organization do feel a certain reluctance to provide feedback on their way out the door. But I can get you all of the most recent exit survey data.
Yeah, I would like to just drill down to the specific stressors.
Yep, we can get you that list of top reasons. Yep.
Gotcha. And then in just leadership development, is there attention paid to like leadership development, especially for folks of color within within city?
Yeah, so what we've been doing most recently, what Jay's been working on is a mentorship program. We encourage departments to think especially about some of their most diverse staff and recommend them for that mentorship program to hopefully get folks paired up with mentors that can help support their growth and development. The other thing that we've done is develop and support affinity groups over the course of the last 2 years to help encourage folks to have space to get some of the support they need.
And then is the leadership strategies, is there a measurement being used to sort of like measure the success of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can, in any one of those leadership topics, our staff do an incredible job of evaluating their programs to make sure that they're effective. And so I can pull out, I can get some of that data to you.
And then just two more. The pilot program, when does that wrap up again? I missed the date.
The mentorship program?
Yes.
The mentorship program wrapped up today.
And then how is that going to be measured?
I don't have all of that. I can get that information for you from Jay. We did discuss it today. She talked a little bit about using some of the survey data out of the MAC-WIC survey in comparison to those folks who have gone through the mentorship program to see if there's any significant difference in responses.
Gotcha.
So that's part of that evaluation, but I don't have that full evaluation plan yet.
And then lastly, because from the slides and just the conversation tonight, it just seemed, for me, it feels a very urgent issue. So I'm just curious on how does HR look at the issue around folks of color and their ability to sort of like not only keep their jobs at the city or want to be here working at the city, but to be able to grow at the city. So like how urgent is this specific issue for HR?
I think there's a tremendous amount of urgency in general for us around making sure that we are providing access equitably across the organization to development opportunities and ability to grow. I think part of what we see is that employees of color may not have the same mentorship availability, the same networking availability that some of the folks in upper leadership roles that others might have had. I will mention that we are seeing a pretty significantly positive upward trend. If you look at the demographic data that's attached to this presentation, you'll note that starting, I want to say in either 2016 or 2020, you started to see a more significant increase of representation of folks of color in all of our top leadership positions, including those executive positions. So there has been a lot of positive change, but yeah, that is one of our primary goals.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ugair.
I just have one question, and it relates to the unfortunate possibility we may have to consider some significant service reductions and all that implies. And this question comes from my long personal experience in private industry, but one that was highly cyclical and periodically required us, as a matter of survival, to consider massive reductions in employment. One of the things that we learned was that in short-term emergencies, loss of a big contract or just some physical disaster that interrupted supplies or whatever for a while, if it were short-term, we could look at and work with our employees at every level and look at things like short hours for everybody or wage reductions or so forth. But that wasn't sustainable if it was going to be a multi-year problem. And in that case, we were much better off making that difficult decision on how we staged reductions and so forth, but then did our best to maintain wages and benefits for those that were going to be the future core for rebuilding, hopefully, eventually. I guess I don't know if that's an experience that translates to the public sector. I don't know if you can comment on whether that situation applies. And I ask it because when we look at we're facing, we don't know how long it might be before there's help from the state level. We might have multiple years facing potentially increasing cuts, or at least some core cuts that we might have to implement depending on the results in November. Could you comment on best way to go forward if we have to implement those kinds of plans?
Well, I think in part, longer term, the ability to do longer term planning around those reductions, I think would be helpful so that we can retool folks, reskill folks, and keep as many folks on board as possible. We do have, that 9% turnover rate every year, where folks could find other employment opportunities with us if we're able to plan, if we're able to do some of that skill building. I will say, an organization can't survive if it continues to reduce wages to a point where it can't hire someone to be employed. So I think that's consistent in the public sector, it's consistent in the private sector. But I'll also say, we can't continue. What I have seen over my lovely 26 years of employment here is that folks continue to do more with less over and over and over and over. So we talk about cutting staff, we talk about reducing staff size, and we don't talk about eliminating services that are associated with those staff, so that the staff who are here end up picking up a higher workload, a bigger burden, and more frustration with employment. We saw some of the impacts of those workforce reductions on folks who remain. I guess one of the big cautions I would make is that if we are required to reduce our staff numbers, we really have to be thinking critically about the services they support, how many services they support, and how to actually reduce those services instead of just asking them to continue to do more with less.
Thank you for that insight.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for this presentation. I really appreciate it. Most of my questions have been asked, but I don't need a number at this moment. But if you are able to provide at a later date a breakup of the turnover by agency, that will be great. I mean, there are some agencies that I'm sure have more turnover than others.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, so that will be a good data point for me to look at. And then, again, we don't have to go over the details of the language bump up, but again, it would be nice to know how many people we have, the diversity of multi-language people that we have here and cultural backgrounds that we currently have. And I know that there's a lot of people that speak multiple languages but do not take the bump up or whatever, but it would be nice to know what those numbers are.
I can give you data on the actual folks who get that bilingual pay, but I can't give you a number relative to the amount of folks who
in
speak
different languages.
language,
Yeah, those are my two comments. I know this is not a comment, but I'm just going to throw in there real quick. So I just want to mention I spent the past 2 weeks doing shadowing with parks people, and I end up with a park ranger that has a specialty in criminology and speaks multiple languages, and he's one of our park rangers. So it was kind of like totally, different career path for him, and he's super happy at parks. And then today I met a manager at the Warner Center, and he's a teacher, a music teacher. So it just shows the diversity of our workforce, that they come and the same, we can say the same even for police and fire, how we actually go after normal career people to fulfill these roles and take the skills that the education or those experiences bring. So necessarily we're not like going out there hiring, people are not going out there to go to school or whatever to run parks. It's just like, the city is still a very good place and an attractive place for so many of these people to come to. I'm a little concerned about the salary rates that you were showing there, how we're kind of one of the lowest. But I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo my colleagues saying thank you. And I've met with you before, and it's amazing what our employees do. When you say I'll just ask all my questions up front, so then I can mute my microphone. What does that mean when you say ability to do long-term planning? So I'm looking how long that goes. That's one question. I'm wondering how long it takes to reskill somebody, and is there enough time to reskill somebody if we run into crisis mode in December? Or maybe we're not going to run in crisis mode, meaning that, people won't get cut right away if things don't go a certain way. And then the last question that I want to ask, which you do not have to answer, is why would we lay people off when we're understaffed by 10%? So that question is more like a statement, but I'll put that out there. So the first thing is long-term planning. What does that mean?
I'll just answer that first question then. So when I talk about long-term planning, it takes some time to identify potential vacancies that employees could fit into, where they might meet some of the minimum qualifications, but need extra skill development. Typically, the training plans that we develop are 6-month or 12-month, sometimes as high as 18-month or 24-month for more complex positions. But those training plans are what would be beneficial to be able to implement if we know a service is going to go away, say next year. So being able to plan this year for services that are going to go away potentially next year would allow us to identify where those vacancies are going to be, allow us to identify folks who have aptitude and could move into those vacancies, and then the training plans that would be necessary. Again, those training plans would take 6 to 12 months. You know, I think they say that you never really learn a job in the first 6 months, that it takes at least a year or more, depending upon the complexity of the job. But yeah, it would be at least 12 months more if we could get it. But the way the budget cycles are right now, you find out in November what your staffing is going to look like starting in January. And so that's what makes it really difficult to turn around and then figure out how to sort of reposition folks optimally so that you don't lose staff.
Thank you, Alder. We have no other alders with questions. So thank you very much, Erin, for the presentation and all of the questions and answers and the follow-up anticipated.
Thank you again for your time.
I'm sorry, Alder Knox, you had your hand up again. Was there one more question? You're muted, Alder.
Yes, I'm sorry. You know, I never asked as many questions, so, but I did have another question. So it made me think. There was a time, and I know this is with the county, I don't know if the city does this, but is there a policy that factors protected status into the layoff process where you could help level the employment playing field or help maintain diverse staffing levels? Are you aware of anything like that?
So we don't have anything like that. We do have the ability to exclude individuals from the layoff process if they have very specific skill sets that no one else can fill. So I always, every time I think about that, I think about some of Dave's staff and the work they do with Munis. Those are very skilled, very challenging positions that you couldn't just bring someone into. Of course, obviously, that's not going to be a position that Dave thinks is appropriate for layoffs. So the use of that actual tool is probably not very useful.
Okay, so it's
But that's
based
the
on-
only one. But no, there really isn't anything. I mean, obviously, due to federal and state law, you have to be really careful about how you exclude folks from different processes.
Sure, the laws have probably changed. And do you use what other like contract employment or project positions, or I don't know what the city's term is for limited term employees, but do you creatively use those where you can offer people some opportunities to develop some experience that would help them compete for more permanent positions?
Yeah, absolutely, we do. Typically, those are not our limited term employees. Our limited term employees are permanent positions that we use for a period of up to 4 years. They're more like a grant funded position would be a typical limited term employee. But we do use hourly employees in that way, what we call
that's the
hourly
term.
employees.
Yes.
So a great example of that, we worked with Centro Hispano and their new tech certification program. Did some work to build that relationship in IT. Sarah hired into an hourly position one of their staff who later became permanent. So it was a great partnership, a great way to find someone with that competency and capability and then grow those skills toward permanent employment.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no further alders with questions. So
Always happy to have folks interested in HR.
And please remember that Erin is, of course, available to you for follow-up or additional questions if you have them. All right. So that will take us to item 15, which is Legistar 84329, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change minimum dimensional requirements in the TRC4 district. On item 15, President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 15. Are there questions for staff? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 15? Seeing no objection, we'll record that unanimous vote and move on to the first of our two plans. And just want to get my numbers in order here. All right, so item 16 is Legistar 84382, adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the Northeast Area Plan. It's been suggested by staff, and I think a good suggestion, that we actually take up item 74, which is the resolution adopting the comprehensive plan amendment for the Northeast Area Plan, and then take up the ordinance change. Do not ask me why we have to do both. It is a state law thing. And staff would like to make a presentation on the Northeast Area Plan. So is there any objection to taking those items out of order? Seeing no objection, let's hear from staff on the Northeast Area Plan.
Sorry. No worries. So we're going to do a little tech finagling. So. I think you should be able to drive. All right. Perfect. Thanks for having me. I'm Dan McAuliffe, City of Madison Planning Division, joined by Angela Puerta, the other co-lead of the Northeast Area Plan. So we'll briefly going through some of the highlights and probably the focus of discussion tonight. All right. So just a little bit of background. The Northeast Area, as well as the subsequent West Area Plan, are the first in the city's area planning process. This was adopted by council 2 years ago with an effort to make the planning processes more predictable, more frequent, and more equitable for the city by having these 12 districts which we address on a 10-year basis, covering more consistent topics throughout the city. The draft chapters for both the Northeast and the West Area Plan follow that of our comprehensive plan, addressing things like land use transportation, green and resiliency, economy and opportunity. I'm not going to go through the list. We've also included the community action strategies, which is effectively our rebranded community development block strategy planning work as well, covering some of our lower and moderate income neighborhoods. Within those chapters, we also have a couple things. Each chapter has a what we heard highlight of some of the feedback that we heard throughout the planning process, particularly relevant to that chapter, an action. So these are kind of our recommendations that are city-led actions, things that we can control through the city's formal processes and partnerships. So these are things that are oftentimes outside of our direct control, but are still really important topics that were heard during our planning process. For instance, might be we go into a community, we hear their priorities are getting health care and child care, right? Those aren't things the city necessarily provides directly, but they're super important to those residents, and we wanted to find a way to document that and also kind of flag those for some of our outside partners that may have better leverage for those. So throughout the process, this started about in January of last year. We've done quite a few different types of strategies of engagement, and it has evolved over time as we found what works and what didn't. That has included formal presentations, multi-agency open houses that were very well attended, open houses in parks where we really kind of focus more on one-on-one conversations rather than us standing here kind of lecturing in a lecture style, then taking questions after the fact. We've done our best to hear from residents and kind of communicate both the what and the why through this process. So the highlights of our public feedback that we've heard so far is a support for missing middle housing throughout the planning area and the need for housing growth throughout the city. Some development, multi-use development along Hayes Road, and just more investment within the Northeast area. We've heard a lot about seeing that positive investment that we've seen throughout kind of the other east side and moving that into the Northeast area. Support particularly along East Washington for redevelopment, particularly removing those frontage roads and other features that really create an auto-dominated environment. There are concerns about homeless facilities and services within the area. That is certainly lingering from the Rheindal homeless encampment that occurred. That was very, very fresh in a lot of residents' minds. Also, just general concern about Highway 51 and the studies going on with the Wisconsin DOT. There were some very recent concern expressed by residents about Nakusa Trail, as well as to some extent Parkside Drive street extensions. And just a general comment that a lot of our planning documents, they are big picture and they're long term, and they a lot of times speak to what could happen, but they aren't necessarily speaking to what's going to happen next year. And so we certainly understand that there's some things that we can't control, but how do we make these plans more real for residents as they read them? We're going to go through the land use highlights. I'm not going to go through this map, but it's basically continuing a lot of our larger land use policies, including concentrating growth on transit, particularly around our bus rapid transit stations, encouraging missing middle housing in more locations to support kind of all that kind of missing scale, those townhomes, duplexes, fourplexes. And taking a look at our commercial land uses and making sure where we generally said in the past residential isn't appropriate, looking at those areas and also saying on the upside where we have allowed residential in the past along some of those highway frontages, is that still appropriate? So answering those questions, that's the big summary of that. With the land use change, there are a few proactive rezonings recommended. I really like the term aligning our land use and zoning a little better of a term, because it's really what we're doing. We want to make sure they're pulling in the same direction. So, there's some slight changes, not really significant. A lot of times these are implementing the plan, and again, trying to make sure that we are encouraging residential in areas we're saying we want it and discouraging it in areas that we don't. Moving into the transportation action element, one is the potential extension of Nakusa Trail. This is, of course, what you heard mostly about. So this is something that we have discussed for about a year. And there's a couple reasons why we thought this was kind of an appropriate connection to consider as part of the plan. First, there's about a half-mile connection between Commercial Avenue on the south and Sycamore Drive on the north. So looking at our street standard, we tend to want to have a greater connection of street network than that. We also, over the past years, have put an emphasis on getting more street frontage on parks, because we know that street frontage leads to activation, which leads to better utilization of our public resources. Also, I think one of the things that we looked at pretty strongly about this particular case is how this area has evolved over time. And the history, I think, is super important relative to this one. So we might recall that Sycamore Park started as Sycamore Landfill. And Commercial Avenue was an avenue at one time, before it was Highway 30. So if you think about that, if you had a landfill and a street, your front door of that neighborhood is probably going to be the street. Now it's kind of flip-flopped, where the park in a normal condition would be the front door, and the highway would kind of be the back. So there's kind of a flip-flop over time, just kind of, again, gave us a little thought of how we would approach this. Most of the area is actually on existing right-of-way, if I can kind of see. Sorry, I'm kind of driving on the other screen. It's a little tricky. So where Nakusa Trail ends currently at Ziegler, existing right-of-way exists through Pulley Avenue on the south side. Where right-of-way does not exist is actually through the Sycamore Park over to Jana Lane. We did look at a couple potential alignments. Oh, and the other thing I also want to pull out, the Commercial Avenue with Pulley is a particularly problematic intersection, one that is not fully city controlled. So we cannot just go in and fix this combination street intersection highway ramp. It's something that will take coordination with the county and WSDOT. We'd love to say that we can get a great outcome, but we really don't know. So going with this was the alignment that was originally discussed, kind of working with our initial conversations with staff at the Parks Division as well as traffic engineering. Very, very simple alignment. And just to remind the council, when we think about connections and plans, it's really kind of point A to point B, and how it kind of gets there, we're not super concerned about. It's more the idea of the connection. And things can float, they can kind of deviate a little bit. It's really the idea. When we went to the Board of Park Commissioners for their second check-in, we also went through our mid-process check-in. We discussed this concept with Board of Park Commissioners as well as Transportation Commission. When it came to Board of Park Commissioners during the approval process, new concerns were raised about bifurcating the park, so creating park on both sides of this concern. Board of Park Commissioners voted to remove this item from the plan. Of course, this could shift to the south. That might alleviate some of the Board of Park Commissioners' concern. Oops, wrong one. A potential alignment, those are different. Again, we're not saying it should or shouldn't happen this way, but again, the less precise nature of plans could allow for different options moving forward. Moving on, along with adding street connections, as I mentioned, we also look at where we have additional street land that isn't necessary and actually detrimental to the urban form and land use character we're trying to envision. If you think about East Washington, I love kind of thinking about East Washington on the Isthmus has 45,000 cars a day, and East Washington by East Town Mall actually carries less traffic, but where would you rather have a cup of coffee and sit outside? Very few people are going to say by East Town because the character of that right-of-way does not lead to a really great urban form. So trying to do our best work to vacate those frontage roads and convert that to more productive uses like housing and bring that positive development close to the street where more people can interact with it. Also, partial vacation of Commercial Avenue to the east of Thompson Drive. This is the original alignment of Highway 30. Actually, apparently that was built as the original westbound lanes. And before the eastbound lanes were built, they shifted the entire corridor. So we know in this particular instance, we have about 250 feet of right of way where we really need about 80. So how do we take that land that's kind of there for an unneeded transportation use and put it to better use? So again, kind of going through that. So with our community action strategy, again, this is our CDBG elements of our plan. Each of these areas were selected. We worked with our community development division to select. There is a certain amount of federal funding between $200,000 and $250,000 for small scale capital improvements and capacity building projects within those areas. We try to do our best to do a lot of stakeholder engagement and really building the capacity of those neighborhoods throughout those areas. There's more information about that within the plan. And as part of these planning processes, it's also our goal to archive the underlying plans. Of course, these are older plans that we've done our best to pull all those relevant recommendations. Our goal is to have a single plan that is really just to be very clear about what the city's goals are and the development regulations moving forward. Having multiple underlying plans just creates confusion, and that is also why there is an ordinance in front of you to update the comprehensive plan. So all of our plans are saying the same thing in the same areas. So after adoption, there's a couple plan implementation. So the land use sections becomes the basis of review for development proposals as they come forward. The proactive rezoning and any official mapping, those are also follow-up processes that we will lead and of course engage impacted property owners. The city projects, of course, those occur when budgeted, and there are opportunities for additional public engagement as those occur as well. And I mentioned our community action strategies. We have a 2-year timeline for those spending that federal funding. And of course, the partnerships are for outside agencies. So just recapping our BCC review and approval process, the 17th started with the Economic Development Committee. They recommended approval. Transportation Commission recommended approval. We did add some staff recommended bike network changes that were added as a result of the Highway 51 study that occurred after introduction, which is why those occurred there. Landmarks and Urban Design Commission recommended approval. Board of Park Commissioners recommended approval with the exception of the Nakusa Trail extension. Plan Commission recommended approval with that it noted that the plan would preserve the opportunity to extend and connect Nakusa Trail through Sycamore Park in the future. We would interpret that to mean leaving the street extension on the map and adding a note that would basically say this could occur in the future, but is not within the transportation improvement plan in the immediate future. So with that is kind of our presentation. I am happy to answer any questions from members of the council.
Thank you. Questions for staff on the Northeast area? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Oh, so close.
And also, Angela Porta is also available to answer questions as well.
All right, you all rang in at literally the same time, so I'm going to go to Alder Bennett first.
Wow, look at that. Sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead, Alder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. Sorry, Mayor. So when you say that by adding like the Nakusa Trail extension, that's saying it, and saying that it's something that could happen in the future, but it's not going to happen. What exactly does that mean? Does that mean that like adding this trail extension means that eventually the council would have to vote on whether or not to do that in the future if we decide that's a path that's what we would want to go on? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So with any construction project or any capital expense, the city council has to authorize an expenditure, right? Roads don't get built without money. So that, if that became a priority, it would need to be included in a budget at some point in the future. The city council would need to authorize it. It would also then go through kind of our normal street public engagement process where you talk about the design of the streets. That is a public process as well, and it would need to be approved by the Board of Public Works, and I think it would also go back to council as well for final approval. So while having it on a plan indicates it could happen in the future, there is no timeline associated with it. The timeline would be really dictated by council by putting it in the budget.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
So can I just ask you, first of all, I want to say thank you guys for all your work, and you guys have been very adaptive, including putting some of the plans, going back and saying, okay, we're going to do more public engagement because we can see that there's some more people that want to state some things. But can I ask you the reverse? And I love your style. It's just very, it gets you just wanting to like cooperate. But I want to ask you, could the reverse of what was asked also be true? So could we take it out of the plan, and then does that prevent us from adapting it later if we have something that we're like, we must have this road or through it?
Well, I don't think it will prevent us from having it later, but it will set the mark that there is an option to do this, given that we have the right-of-way and that there is an issue with the intersection of Pulley and Commercial Avenue, that there is a lack of connectivity in the area. So those are pieces within the plan that we don't want to lose. However, if we remove it, we will not prevent completely the future extension of the street.
So, I'm sorry, we can't take questions from the audience during a presentation. So if, Angela, if you could just get closer to the mic in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you mind repeating that for her, please?
So what I was saying is that if we remove it from the plan, it will not prevent us completely from having the extension. There might be something that city engineering will look at, or maybe a new project will come up and the extension might happen, but it will be very unlikely. So if we leave it as PC recommended, we have it as an opportunity to extend. we will not miss some of the feedback that we received from the community. And one of those was that the intersection of Pulley Drive and Commercial Avenue is very unsafe for all users. There is a lack of accessibility for the park. There is only 2 sides of the park that you can have access to. And in general will improve the connectivity of the area. So we don't want to lose those pieces of feedback that we received.
Okay, so then my other question was, just a second, so I guess I was going to ask you the same question. I think you just answered it, and that was, why is the road absolutely needed? But I think that's what you're saying is, in the future, if you want to deal with a traffic problem that could cause people to get hit or whatnot, you want to be able to have that option to do that. Is that in layman's terms? I need it in layman's terms, just like real basic.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we looked at factors that might suggest considering extending the street. Is there, you could say, is there an immediate traffic need? We know that there's a problematic intersection that's serving a relatively healthy amount of vehicles. We also know we like to have street frontage on parks for a variety of reasons. We also know we like to have street connections more than every half mile. Will the city go on without this street connection? Absolutely. Is it worth considering it in light of those factors? That's why we are bringing this to the council.
And then what about the gentleman's comment that there's, it's just a line and nobody's going to pay attention. Nothing's going to happen. So one of the things that I think that, and I've only been in Alder for about 1.5 years, but there seems to be some point where we've lost trust. So people want to regulate absolutely everything. And how do you ensure that we don't just say, oh, it's nothing, we just want to connect, want to make it safety if it happens down the road, and then you turn around and something's going up and the neighborhood's like, wow. Now, I understand the engagement problem. If you look at marketing, you have to hit somebody 13 times over. And I know that you guys have specifically gone back and said, we're going to do this all over again so we make sure that we hit people. And you've been encouraging us to make sure we do outreach. But how do we heal that? And how do we guarantee that we don't just say one thing and then, something promising comes up and we do something else?
Well, we would have to rely on other city agencies that they will follow through a public engagement process before any public works, and that's usually what we do as a city. And planning wouldn't be involved in the actual implementation, besides providing information of the background of the plan.
And then how much do you give weight, or how can we, and I know that there might be something coming through with an amendment, but how can we give weight to something where the neighborhood just, they really come out? You can't just say 400 people are just a bunch of YIMBYs or NIMBYs. I like to go back to that because I hate both terms. But how do we, other than you guys documenting in the plan, how do we give some respect to what people are saying? How do we adapt so that it's a city that we're building a city that has to grow, and we have to build infrastructure and we have to build buildings, but how do we do it without how do we do it with paying attention to the neighborhood? So that's my last question.
So to try to answer, there's a lot of layers to that question. So I'm going to try to do the best I can. So we've historically known that street connections can be relatively contentious. We have experience with that. We tried our best to bring this forward into the conversation early in the planning process. We've been talking about this connection publicly for about 1 year. We understand that, I think something that kind of came up that was unique in the Northeast area is actually an interesting concept called meeting fatigue. We ask a lot from our members of the public when planning is in the Northeast area talking about some things, and Parks is in the Northeast area talking about things, and Metro is in the Northeast area talking about, and water utility, and then there's F-35s, and all these other things. We're doing a great job of reaching out to the public, but sometimes you got kids, you got other life. How many hours of my life can I give to public process? That's a real question. That's something that we ran into very early in our processes, which is why we very rapidly pivoted to other engagement mechanisms, including the multi-agency open house. So we've done our best with that in that regards. It only became, we just became aware of, the opposition during the approval process. And we're not necessarily immediately surprised that some level of opposition occurs. Obviously it'd be better to have that during the planning process when we kind of discuss it a little bit more. But also part of our role as staff is to provide recommendations and our professional opinions about observations we see, like the changing nature of dump to park, street to highway. I think, part of the public process is we present the council with these kind of policy choices, and the council makes those policy choices. So I see this as actually kind of part of a relatively healthy public process. Could we do things differently in the future? We are always trying to let lessons learned about this, which is why we've done through kind of the area planning process after first two plans, kind of a staff kind of like digest of what can we do better on our second times around, because we are always looking at how we can improve our processes moving forward.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Alder. I cannot believe I was the last one in this queue. So I'm pretty sure nobody else was paying
You're
attention.
not.
I mean, I couldn't believe I'm the first one. Let's put it that way. Can you please, again, thank you for all the work that you guys have put into this, and hopefully you can get some sleep once we pass this, because I know how exhausting it has been. Can you please explain again or refresh my memory on regards to the two elements on this particular stretch when we talk about right of way and parks land, and how the parks process also is a component on how changes are done to parks area?
Well, one portion is already a right-of-way, which is between Ziegler, I think it's called, Ziegler and Pulley Drive. So for park, that we would have to go to the boards of park commissioners, when the project is going through. Yeah. So my understanding is that there is a land dedication currently that's to be a park and open space. So legally speaking, and probably Mike can touch on this, legally it would be hard to really continue that extension. It is possible, but there will be a lot of hurdles to jump. So that's kind of like the difference, if that's what you're asking.
So I'm kind of asking about process and engagement on regards to that. Like, we have the right of way on a portion of this line, but then there's the parks control.
Yeah.
And the parks have a lot of control over their land. So it's not just a matter, that's an extra layer
100%.
of engagement, an extra layer. And they also have a plan or something that they're working on for parks.
Yeah.
So that all these discussions can happen there. So the idea of keeping the line as an option, then it will interact with those other plans, right? Essentially, especially on the parks land piece.
Yeah, hypothetically, if you were on to put a timeline on it and the steps that would need to occur for this street to be built, if it's something that the council thinks is appropriate, the first step would be put in the plan. The second step would be to, at some point in the future, go through that Sycamore Park master plan process. So part of the criticism, the public criticism that we heard, which is justified, is they just went through their master plan process. This wasn't included. Our plans kind of passed like ships in the night. They started right when we were starting off, before we kind of did our deep dive and site analysis. But parks would need to go through and say, yes, we think this is a value to the parks. We've had those conversations with park staff. They see some of the value. But the concern that was raised by the board park commissioner is valid about not splitting the parkland in half. So that park, they would need to go through that park planning process to determine if it makes sense, and if it makes sense, where that exact routing is. There are some kind of legal things that we'd have to figure out after the fact about kind of having either a right-of-way or a park drive or something like that. But again, that would still, even after that, that would then take council to authorize expenditure to build that street.
So having the line on the plan also allows to have more robust discussions about the commercial drive situations. It's not just these lines, like it's a whole area transit situation, or that's not just about that stretch. It's just how that stretch may impact in the future the commercial drive process that we don't really have control over it, but we can use these conversations to make that better with the DOT type of thing.
I would say that's correct, yeah. Without the line on the map, the next Sycamore Park master plan doesn't have to even consider a street extension. I think that's kind of technically what this line on the map would actually do, would direct park staff to consider a street extension as part of their master planning process. That's probably the most concrete action that the plan line would.
And it would allow an assessment. Without it, there wouldn't be any priority for it.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to make mine very simplistic, right? So I listened in on the Planning Commission's discussion, and they did finally approve of the amendment of the extension. So my language might not be correct, but they did approve of the amendment to include the extension. So correct me. So let me just put it out there and walk me through it. And so my question was, that discussion said, we'll put it in there, doesn't necessarily mean that it would happen. But I'm kind of fuddled is that when did the community understand that part of it? And so, I guess my question is process and engagement to see such community engagement, such a robust discussion and bringing individuals together to say that they don't want the extension. At what point did they understand what you're saying now is that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen, but in case that it does, it's already included in the plan. At what point did that conversation and that understanding happen for the public who showed up tonight?
Yeah, so I think that in general, when we start presentations, we try to make it very clear that even though we will make sure that all of the action items are feasible within the next 10 years, many of those might not occur. So in each of the presentations, we emphasize that might happen, might not happen. However, if we include it in the plan, in this case, it will convey the message that there is a need for better access, for better connectivity, for better visual and entrance to the park. And sometimes public feedback could be contradictory, and I'm sure that you guys are aware of that. Because the main reason why we also include the extension was because residents indicated that there was a lack of activities within the park. And we also experienced that during the planning process when we were looking for activities to piggyback, to make sure that we will be exposed and inform the public about the area. Very, very few, probably no events in Sycamore Park, at least public events. So we figure, we need to activate the park. We need to have a better frontage. The only frontage, the main entrance is probably on Sycamore Avenue and Jenna Lane, and that's it. To the west area, you have a bunch of trees, and it's a wooded land. And to the south, it's pretty much private. So you cannot really have a big visual unless you know the area and maybe you're a biker and would like to commute and bike through the park, but it's not as accessible as a typical community park would be, which is in this case, this is a community park and is supposed to serve a 2-mile radius within the area, 2 miles. So within our discussions, we try to figure out how we can make it accessible not only to the residents that are next door, but also the other neighborhoods that are around it. So, and that's one of the recommendations that would set the mark and will set the stage that there is a need for this if we leave it in the plan, even though we still don't know if it's going to be implemented.
My next question is that if it is a language that should have been included in terms of it may happen or may not happen, is that something that should or could be included in the final language that's drafted so that this conversation, I guess I'm still confused because I hear that the connectivity wasn't necessarily through the park, but the connectivity was not necessarily through the park. And I guess I'm just trying to process how the neighborhood was informed, and is it the better way to have that community engagement where they're saying, oh, we want our park the way it is. And what the alder said is that it may happen or it may not happen is kind of a vague representation of can I trust? That's what I'm hearing. And so I'm stumbling because if that language had been in, well, this is the future, it may happen or it may not happen, would that discussion happen then rather than getting to us where we have to approve the plan with or without the extension?
I'm not sure if it would really make a substantial difference. A lot of our plans do have things that may never come to fruition. They have ideas. Great example, I can think of just off the top of my hand, like the downtown plan, we have a lakeside walk along Mendota between the Union and James Madison Park. Is that something we've been actively working on? Is that a 100-year idea? Maybe. Things sometimes take time. And so I think all of our plans, including some of the land use recommendations about Easttown, those we anticipate something could occur there, but we can't guarantee that anything's going to redevelop at Easttown for any time. We can't guarantee it's going to redevelop. So I think to some extent, a lot of our plans, even things like having sidewalks in all of our neighborhoods, we flag areas that don't have sidewalks, and we show areas that have higher priority needs than others. Does that say the city council, are we guaranteeing in that plan that city council is going to authorize funds to build those sidewalks in the next 10 years? We as staff, we don't hold the purse strings. That's really council. So we are flagging it because, again, I think it's something that could be considered. If it is in the plan, I think it does show that the city thinks, this could be a good idea at some point in the future, but they're also not committing to building it next year because it's not in the transportation improvement plan. So to some extent, I hear what you're saying, that sometimes things are in our plans that, like we heard in our public comments, sometimes seem nebulous. Like, when is this going to happen? Unfortunately, we don't have all those answers during the planning process. When we do, we try to share them publicly, but sometimes there are no timelines associated with certain recommendations.
Well, and within the introductory paragraph of the plan, I don't recall the page, but there should be a statement that says that action items are the ones that are under the control of the city and might happen, but it's not 100%. I mean, it's in different words, right? But it's not 100% guarantee that those actions will be implemented. So we make it very clear in the introduction of the plan that, things might happen, might not happen. I mean, we can definitely add any other paragraph if it's needed for that particular action, because I understand the concern. That's something we could do in the land use chapter.
So my final, and the reason that I'm bringing this up is that I was the alder in District 1 with Jeffy Trail. And Jeffy Trail, the extension was always in the plan. But what happened is that in the meantime, the city went in and put a bridge in and people got accustomed to it. And then all of a sudden, when it was time, but it was in the plan, the residents surrounding that was very like, oh, but this is what the improvements that you have done. And so I guess that's where I'm coming from, is my Jeffy Trail experience. What happened is that there was such a powerful community engagement that the city decided not to put that plan through that stretch. And so I guess that's where I'm landing on. If that language is a part of, it's not in the plan, but it's a possibility we're going to come back and look at it. So when we look at it, there's a viable, like this works or it doesn't work. But if it's not in there and then all of a sudden the extension is stuck in there, in my mind, I'm thinking, but wouldn't it be simpler just to include that in the language so that could be discussed up front rather than getting to this point of, are we going to approve the plan with or without the extension? That's just my comment. I'm done.
Thank you, Alder. Let me try just to clarify a little bit, because I think we might be getting a wee bit in the weeds here. I understand, and your experience is actually quite relevant here, Alder. Having an item in our plans does not mean that it will come to fruition, but it means that the city has an intention to work on it. That might be to work on it next year, it might be to work on it in a decade, but that we're sort of setting out an intention that that's an item that someday would move forward. If it is not in the plan, we will not work on it. If a new need arises, and for example, that the intersection in question becomes more dangerous or we get more complaints about it, would we have to revisit? Potentially, yes. But it would not be on our priority list if it's not in the plan. So, the neighborhood is justified in wanting to tackle the issue at this level. They would also be justified in if you choose to leave it in the plan, there will be 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 different steps before you would ever get a shovel in the ground, and multiple votes at committees and in this body. So this is the beginning of the process. It is not anywhere close to the end of the process on a project. But if you are of the opinion that this project should never be considered, then you would want it to not be in the plan. If you are of the opinion that perhaps it is worth considering, then you might want it to stay in the plan.
One question to you, and so I understand that, but in the language, could that be incorporated? That's the only thing that I'm asking. How you explained it, I absolutely understand it. But what my question is that could that be in the upfront language as you're going through the process?
Yes. So, Alder, I think that there is language that reflects your sentiment in the overall introduction to the plan. If you're speaking about specific language for this particular project that doesn't exist, but I think that it does exist for the plan overall. Yeah, thank you, Alder. All right, Alder Tischler.
Oh, thank you. And I have a question regarding the generalized future land use maps. I wonder if now is the appropriate time to ask the question.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, because my understanding is we have two planning tools. We have the 12 area plans, and we have the comprehensive plan. And these both need to be consistent. And I guess my question is I'm just looking at with the language saying that the generalized future land use map developed through each area plan process will directly update the comprehensive plan's general land use map. So now my question is, we have the images, we have the maps, we have the language within the map. But is it, if we find that it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan as a whole, can the different documents exist where there might be differences? And I guess my follow-up question is we're doing the area plans, every year, every 2 years. When is the next cycle for updating the comprehensive plan? Just if we need to get things back in sync with any changes we make with, for example, the generalized future land use map.
So,
Does that make sense?
Alder, what's one of the things before you tonight is to incorporate the changes, any changes between this plan and the comprehensive plan into the comprehensive plan. So there would be no contradiction between them because assuming that it passes tonight, you will have amended the comprehensive plan. So there won't be a contradiction, but I believe that we're 5 years out from the next full comp plan.
Yeah, because
Right.
the interim was.
And I understand that we're but I mean, I'm talking about the comprehensive plan tends to talk about things on a much broader scale, where the area plans are much more in the detail. And I'm just saying, if there's contradiction between what we put into the generalized future land use map, it may be inconsistent with language that's in the comprehensive plan. So we're updating the map, but are we updating any of the text within the comprehensive plan at this stage?
So the ordinance amendment that's in front of council tonight would not update any of the text in the comprehensive plan. It would update the relevant maps, so the generalized future land use maps, some of the transportation maps. Now, I do want to say that a lot of the generalized future land use map edits are in direct response to some of the policies that are found within the comprehensive plan, like growing intensively on transit, growing compactly, preserving, agriculture areas, parks, all those things. Those are kind of the ingredients that kind of feed into our future land use map, and kind of, for lack of a better term, those are kind of the rules that kind of shape our conversation for the GFLU.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to have some clarification on that. So, because a picture's worth 1,000 words, and we only have a few words in the actual text of the comprehensive plan. So, all right. That's all.
We are on the verge of starting the next update of the comprehensive plan. So it is not very far away.
Right. Okay. All right. I just want to be clear on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to start off by thanking city staff, Dan, and for doing such a great job and long hours I know that you put into this. Just had a few questions. One, I was just wondering with this plan, was there like a racial analyst study done, and when was it done, if so?
Well, we know that it's the second most diverse area of the city. I mean, in terms of area plans, around 40% people of color. So we besides knowing that based on census data, so what we did was to hire Harambe Village, African Center, and Matias Lemos to do targeted outreach to people of color, and that's primarily how we handle that outreach for people of color regarding analysis, like depth analysis of demographics. That's something that we took from the census data.
When was that concluded?
It's ACS data, so that was 2022, 5-year estimate, or no, 2021, 5-year
2021.
5-year estimate. So it was done in 2021.
So was one conducted after we thought about adding this road in?
Alder, I think that your question is not clear to staff. I think the Alder is asking if we did an equity analysis on the planning process or on elements of the plan. Like a ResJ process.
No, we didn't.
We did not. We did try to reach out to underrepresented populations as part of this process, as Angela mentioned, through our community navigators. I do not, we did not do a racial equity analysis on this plan. I am not certain that there was one done on the larger area plan process, but there might have been.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for that clarification.
That's the button.
I
that
definitely.
Hold on. Linda's going to have an
Yeah,
answer.
so I would just like to add that the Racial Equity Community Connections team did an analysis of the public participation for the area plans. So that is, their analysis was done for the public participation process.
Right. So, Alder, it would be, I think, highly unusual to do a specific racial equity analysis on a small element of a larger area plan. That would be something that we would potentially do if we were to move to implementation of a project that is suggested in an area plan. But the appropriate places that we would do ResJ analysis in the planning process were both when we adopted the planning process, but then particularly on the community engagement portions of the planning processes, and that was done for this plan.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at was basically if it was done and when it was done, because of the late addition amendment to adding the street in there, because as I went by the location and there was a lot of, on Jenna Lane, which is right next to the park, there was a lot of speed bumps, which suggested a lot of speeders already in the neighborhood. So I was just wondering, given safety issues and concerns, if there was one done, and precisely if one was done after the amendment of adding the road through. So I think that that's important to be done.
Again, Alder, there's the proposal to extend the road is not an amendment. It has been in the planning process from the beginning of it. So, but to the extent that there's a time issue, I don't think that's relevant. And again, we would not normally conduct a racial equity process on a specific element of the plan until we move towards implementation of that plan. And so we're not at the point that we would do that yet.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick and brief. So first of all, I do want to just thank you both for your work, for coming to engagement events in District 17, and I spent some time with the community navigators who also came to, I think, a neighborhood walk. So I did see you all putting in some work to get it done, but through it all, we don't hit everybody we would love to hit. But there was a mention of activating the park. I know when myself and Alder Field went out there to meet with some of the residents here and some other folks who met us at the park, it seemed super active, like just in a short time we were there. So I just want to, especially with the Latino soccer leagues that were there, I mean, it was to the point where I was like,
want to go to this event after the conversation because that's how busy it was. But I just saw the park, both the dog park and the park itself being like really used. So I'm just curious about what other kind of ways you were thinking about like the park needs to be activated.
Yeah, so, and actually within the culture and character chapter, we added a recommendation to inform the residents about how to create a festival, how to have events that are more open to the public. So what we heard during the planning process was we don't have a Parks Alive in the area. We don't have music festivals. We don't have those big activities that will draw a lot of people that usually happen within a community park. So main reason why I raised that point that it needs some activation for the broader audience.
Gotcha.
And we also did hear from park staff that the south side of the park particularly was significantly less active. That's something that we heard from park staff. It's a smaller physical space, so to some extent that's not surprising. And also the dog park, there's no southern access. So all the gravity of the park is pushing everything to the north, with the exception of kind of the soccer fields to the east. So,
Gotcha. Thank you.
Alder Miadze, another question?
Oh, no, I just wanted to quickly add to that. I think they were talking too when I was there about community gardens that they would like to have there as well.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Just a quick question. How often does the planners or city staff go through RESG training?
So
RESG components training,
I believe almost everybody in the planning division has gone through the RESG training. I don't know if it's not, I don't think there's like a refresher. I've done the 3 park training. I believe most of our staff has as well, but I can't answer for everybody.
just trying to point that out that again, I know that, oh my God, Kumar from Christy, thank you. I think she appreciate again reminder that RESG is not just a tool; it's what we are supposed to be living on any processes that we have in the city. So, RESG is incorporated in the plans because you guys are trained on the RESG components and analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders in the queue with questions for staff. So thank you both very much. All right, so just a small note on process. What's currently before us is item 74. That's the resolution adopting the comprehensive plan amendment for the Northeast Area Plan. If someone were to wish to amend said plan, it would be appropriate to do so under this item. And then we would move to the item 16, which is the ordinance, just with a note if this item had been amended or not. So, noting that, on item 74, is there discussion? I'm sorry, we need a motion first. President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please, on item 74.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I move an amendment to amend the main motion to adopt the Northeast Area Plan without the Nakusa Trail extension.
Is there a second? You can pick which one of those you want. Multiple seconds were heard. So that is moved and seconded to adopt without the Nakusa Trail extension. Alderfield, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. So my district includes part of Sycamore Park as well as the Burke Heights neighborhood, both in the Northeast Planning area. My colleagues will know by now that the plan's proposed Nakusa Trail Street extension to the east is one of the parts of the plan getting the most attention. This sort of policy discussion is exactly what our public approval process is for, so I appreciate the time we're spending on it tonight. One of the points in the recent public input that I thought was the most compelling was shared by a resident at the August 26th Plan Commission meeting, that many residents' desire for improved connectivity was primarily about connectivity over the major state highway barriers to the south and to the west of this part of the city. Both of those are State Highways 30 and 51, and there are limited connections across or underneath those. They're also concerned about connectivity for alternative modes of transportation. The Autumn Ridge project under construction now is a good step in this direction. Folks are pretty excited for it to be available. Neighbors have noted that the existing plans through Sycamore Park already fully accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists, and so a potential street extension through this area would primarily benefit cars. Residents have told us tonight that the city's investments in pedestrian and bike facilities in and near Sycamore Park are one of their favorite features that they've said they love most about their neighborhood. Finally, residents have pointed out accurately that the still relatively new Sycamore Park Master Plan envisions a proposed off-road bike trail corridor in the southeast corner of Sycamore Park rather than a street. Users of the park and the Board of Park Commissioners have been asking that the street extension be removed from the Northeast Area Plan, and I think they're making a really strong case. Board of Park Commissioners seem to agree on the 14th, August 14th, when they voted to recommend adopting the Northeast Area Plan without the Nakusa Trail street extension on parkland. Because of all of this, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, removing the extension from the plan.
Thank you, Alder. Is there discussion of the amendment? Alder Harrington McKinney.
I wanted to pop in, and I don't know if it's proper to second it, but I want to publicly call out the alder because he took the time and on a holiday weekend to call me and talk about the process. I'm on the west side, I'm not on the east side, but the fact that the alder called me to discuss what he was thinking, what he was hearing from his constituents, and for the alder to really start elevating the voice of his constituents. I want to really applaud you for doing that. And the reason that I wanted to step in and applaud that is because as we're talking about public engagement, this absolutely signifies what public engagement is, to the point that an alder was listening and hearing and saying, this is a great point. And so none of the public comment was against the actual plan. It was only the extension that there was so much discussion about. And so, number one, I want to applaud you for including that conversation and bringing others into your decision. And finally, the courage to say, I hear you and it makes common sense. And so I don't know, I can't second, I'm sure that there's a lot of seconds going on, but I wanted to really acknowledge you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to vote in favor of this amendment. I think sometimes we forget that there are different ways of looking at connectivity, and human connectivity is as important as connectivity defined by automobile access. I think it's clear that that not having this extension will still enhance, and perhaps in some ways enhance to a greater degree, that element of human connectivity. We had this experience in the Triangle where the folks at Bayview did not want a automobile pathway, a road bisecting the Triangle. The argument at that time was the need for more connectivity. However, the residents of Bayview felt differently, and we removed that part of the connection, and yet it is still enhanced and maintained human connectivity. So I appreciate the alder for making this amendment, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the reasons I am also, of course, going to support it is because I don't think we need a road in order to increase the connectivity. From my witnessing, the residents in this area, they're already doing some of that, activating the park. And I think just like, for example, using the Rindell Park as for the example, there's plenty of, opportunity to get to the park fairly easily, but the park isn't necessarily being activated. Like there's not Parks Alive, for example, happening at Rindell Park. And so some of why parks are not activated can't just be on the surrounding neighbors. I believe it also has to be on the city to sort of like take the leadership and activate them and go out and build the sort of the education and how to work with the city, but not leave it solely on neighbors, because on some parts of the city, folks have less time, less financial resources to be as engaged in as other parts of the city to do those sort of things. So where do we sort of like take the lead to create more opportunities to activate the park? But I just want to go back to some of what the neighbors were sharing and what I witnessed too. The park feels very safe. Like, I can see how folks are okay with allowing their kids to ride their bike or take a walk over there without too much, parental control over that. I saw a ton of value in the park and the neighbors valuing each other and community at the park. I think connectivity, again, could be expanded by just providing some education, some training to neighbors on how to expand out from their immediate area into the neighborhood surrounding the park without adding a road in order to sort of do that. Someone mentioned joy and wellness. I do think adding a road would disrupt even the joy and wellness I saw taking place when I went to visit. Unfortunately, when I took Alderman Uguerre on a ride over there, we didn't see too much, but I'm glad he came over for the ride with me. I do believe that the folks in this immediate area have created a sense of place, and I think we would actually be the disruptors of that sense of peace and sense of place for them. And again, I just want to reiterate, sometimes when we are not seeing certain kinds of activities happening in parks, we have to evaluate what's our role in sort of ushering those activities and not leaning on neighbors to come to us first, but we are the ones to sort of like take the lead to come out to them and set up shop to provide education and leadership and teach them how to, work with the city overall to bring those sort of activities to a space. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uguerre?
2 things. First, I did vote for an amendment put forth at Plan Commission by Alder Fields to remove that connection. I always second guess myself, so I did take the opportunity of a tour that I took with Alder Madison, both Rindell and Sycamore Park. And although we didn't see everything, I was fairly satisfied that I had made the right decision in supporting the amendment. And I will again. Secondly, I think I can clarify and just want to check with Alder Fields that I think the motion or the amendment to the motion includes all of those other points that were made and adopted at Plan Commission of the recommendations of the other boards and commissions and committees that looked at it, and including a number of textual changes. They were all part of the Plan Commission recommendation to adopt, and I believe that you mean to do that exactly, except for removing the connection of Nakusa Trail.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford?
Thank you, Mayor. I am also going to support this amendment as somebody who in the past has used that dog park frequently. I have seen that park activated, and I have seen how the people of that neighborhood have cared for the park and treasure it in a way that I don't think a lot of people get to see. So am honored and grateful to be able to use that space and to thank you for showing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, well, I know no one wants to hear me when my colleagues is looking at me, but what I think is, what I'm going to say is important, that Alder Madison said it best and said everything we need to say. And Alder Field, thank you for listening to the neighborhood. So I will be supporting it as well.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing. I just wanted to thank again city staff for all the work they did, and I definitely want to thank all the people that actually came out and spoke and appreciate Alder coming forth with this amendment. And I'm definitely going to support it. It's a person that has always, gone to the recycling center next door and dropped off stuff and just looked at the dog park and just never really visited that park. I was amazed at all the activity at the park and saw all the safety measures that are already, city staff has done a great job as far as putting speed bumps like on Jana Lane. And so I see safety as a big concern as far as putting a road in, especially with all the kids I saw myself that were there unattended, having a great time in the park that the parents trusted. So I definitely support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other alders in queue wishing to speak. The question before us is the field amendment. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? A roll call has been requested. So all those in favor of the field amendment, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Latimer Burris. Aye. Aye. Madison. Aye. Aye. Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Aye. Miadze.
Aye.
Aye. Rummel.
Aye.
Aye. Tischler.
Yes.
Aye. Revere.
Aye.
Aye. Vitiver. Aye. Aye. Wahelia. Aye. Aye. Bennett.
Aye.
Aye. Conklin. No. No. Curry.
Aye.
Aye. Duncan. Aye. Aye. Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Field. Aye. Figueroa Cole. No. Govindarajan.
Aye.
Aye. Ugair. Aye. Harrington McKinney. Aye. Knox.
Aye.
Aye. That's 18 ayes and 2 noes.
With 18 ayes and 2 noes, that amendment passes. And because of the structure of the motion, we've adopted the resolution as well. And so then we'll come to item 16, which is Legistar 84382, adopting an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the Northeast Area Plan. President Figueroa Cole, a motion to do so as just amended in item 74.
Move to adopt as amended in item 74.
Is that going to cover us?
Do you want me to say something else? Hold on, I can put it up. I don't know what I do with my amendment.
Amended in the resolution. Yes, okay. And is there a second?
We
Moved
good?
and seconded. Okay. Thank you. Is there discussion then on item 16? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 16? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 16, and that will dispense with both items 16 and 74. And then we will move on to items 17 and 73. Again, unless there is objection, we'll take up item 73 first. Seeing no objection. Item 73 is Legistar 84377, a resolution adopting the comprehensive plan amendment for the West Area Plan. Again, planning staff would like to make a presentation. Seeing no desire to pause before we do that, we will move on then to our presentation from planning staff on the West Area Plan.
Good evening, everyone. Linda Horvath, she, her pronouns. I work with the Planning Division, and I'm a co-leader of the West Area Plan along with Ben Zellers, who's over in the corner. We also worked with Brianna Collins, Urvashi Martin, and Colin Punt on this plan as our team. So I am going to... So I'm jumping right into engagement so I don't repeat everything about the area plans. We did quite a bit of engagement and public participation for our plan, did a lot of community meetings, both virtually and in person. We also hired community partners who were trusted partners of folks in the community that we don't usually hear from, and did open houses in coordination with other city agencies like engineering. That was a big partner of ours because of the Saw Creek Greenway and the big corridor plan that they're doing there. And the issues that you've heard by the public in that area. Also worked with our transportation department, our community development folks, economic development, et cetera. Okay. So feedback themes are shown. Tree canopy was big, as you heard earlier from a lot of public participation folks that were in the community talking with us. Development process concerns were big. Mistrust sometimes in the community over development that takes place. So you see also on the right some of the inconsistencies with public feedback. We heard that people want to see more density sometimes, particularly in the mall area, the Westtown Mall area. Want to see more housing there, more mixed-use development. But then others in the community said they're very concerned about increasing density in the area. Some want more bike paths and more connectivity for peds and bicyclists, and some are concerned about that, as you heard earlier. So there's some inconsistencies with feedback, and we want to just highlight that so you can see that. So the future land use map is the backbone of the comprehensive plan and these area plans, as you heard with the Northeast plan. So we look at that comprehensive plan when we're doing an area plan, and we listen to the feedback we're hearing from the community. We talk amongst city staff, and we come up with some changes sometimes to that comprehensive plan. So that was one of the big tasks we had before us with this area plan. Earlier in the process, we did a lot of looking at where can new housing go, because housing, as we know, is a big need in the community, but also where can mixed use go, because we heard from folks in the community that they wanted to see more Sequoia Commons type development. They wanted to see more mixing of commercial with housing. They see that need, but then albeit some people are very concerned about where is that going to go? Is it going to go next to my house? There's a ton of single family in this area, as you can see from the map. That light yellow is showing you that housing, there's a lot of it, a lot of single family. So where can we go with some more increased density? And so we look at the major corridors in the community to see where that might fit. Along the BRT corridor, along the major roads, but also along access with peds and bikes as well. So we did a lot of that looking earlier in the process and proposed some changes, including some increased medium density residential and low medium density residential, some of which you still see on this map. And then when we look and we go through the public process, we hear from people that maybe they're not so comfortable with what we're showing. And so we did make some changes along the way. And this is kind of hard to see because it's a light green circle or oval shape, but what you're seeing there is a change we made at the corner of Whitney Way and Regent Street. It was a site that came up earlier in the public comment. It's a site where there are a couple of churches and some single-family houses. It's also a site of a new BRT station. And so we looked at that as a possible opportunity for neighborhood mixed use. So we have that as neighborhood mixed use, but in the community we heard we want you to dial that back. So along what's called Merrill Crest, at that corner, we dialed it back to low residential. So what we're showing is low residential and continuing to show some neighborhood mixed use for that opportunity there. Whoops. I don't know if it... Looks like our circles are going to be bouncing around. So now you see another circle at the corner of Seago and Mineral Point Road, and that is where we had medium residential shown. Again, earlier in the process, we were trying to find those locations for where can we increase density. And so we were showing on the Covenant Presbyterian Church site some medium residential. And we dialed that back when we heard from the community that they were concerned about that. And you did hear earlier from somebody from the public who lives right near that corner and is concerned. But we also heard, and we know that churches are sometimes looking for changes for them to make, maybe moving outside, a little bit outside where they are now, and then possibly selling their properties. And so we want to be ready for those opportunities. And so we're showing some neighborhood mixed use here. Again, it's a corner, a pretty major, corner here that maybe could use, or maybe could go through a process if and when that property owner is interested in maybe becoming a neighborhood mixed use site. Okay, so then now we're seeing along Hillcrest Drive, a little circle just popped up. And so we had that also as some medium residential, and we dialed it back to low medium residential in response to public feedback. So one more oval you're seeing over along Odana Road. That is showing you along what's called Deerholt Road. We heard from neighbors immediately next to that, that brown triangle that you're seeing, which is medium residential. Don't go to low medium residential. Keep our site here as low residential. So we did dial that back as well. So proactive rezoning, as was explained earlier, is a tool we have in our toolbox when we're going through these area plans to align our zoning better with what the future land use map shows. So what you're seeing here, you're seeing some changes that we made. I guess this isn't going to be animated, but what you're seeing in A, B, and C are the changes that we made to the zoning map proactively. And what you're seeing is neighborhood mixed use to regional mixed use in areas A and B. And those areas are along University Avenue, a major corridor in the city. This affords the opportunity for additional density, additional height at those two locations. And then in area B, you're seeing suburban employment to regional mixed use. And then in area C, we're showing along the Beltline changes for commercial corridor transitional to commercial center. And that will, again, afford the opportunity for a little bit more density and more of a commercial center to evolve in those locations. And then in response to public feedback, we did hear quite a bit from folks in the Highlands neighborhood. You see a sort of larger brown circle up toward the upper left of the plan here. And what we're showing there is we actually dialed that back. We proposed the Highlands neighborhood to go from it has its own zoning district, traditional rustic residential, which allows property owners there to have 26,000 square feet minimum lot size. No other neighborhood in the area or the city has this zone. And we were looking at that and thinking maybe there's an opportunity to add some more single-family houses in that area. And so we proposed changing the zoning to that light yellow that you see, which most other single-family neighborhoods have that, SRC1, it's called zoning. So we made that change, and public outcry was pretty loud and pretty clear that neighbors in that area didn't want that change to be made. So that was one way we dialed back on our plan. And then at Regent and Whitney Way, that again is an area where it's currently, it's low residential. We went ahead and kept the zoning the way it was, or removed the neighborhood mixed-use zoning from that site as well. So Rennebaum Park, we have proposed a street north of Rennebaum Park. Again, streets are pretty controversial often. We are keeping the street in the plan, but we made a little bit of a change to it. Let me see if I can, I'm not sure how to do the pointer with this setup that we have, but you see Rennebaum Park, you see the label for it. And just to the north of the label, you see kind of a green area shown. And just to the north of that, you see a line. And so the line, thank you for pointing to that. So that is the proposed street to increase, again, this is one not unlike the last conversation, to increase access to the park. The lots that you see just to the north of the east-west proposed street are very deep lots. This is all apartment community housing right now. If and when that would change, we want to give the opportunity for the property owner to create better access to the park and to have better development along that. So maybe have houses lining the park, providing those pathways. The orange lines that are north-south on the map, those are public pathways. This street would be a narrow pedestrian bike-friendly street. We made a slight change to it. Instead of continuing it all the way over to North Seago, we sent it north up to Sheboygan Avenue. And part of that is because that corner lot would be hard to develop if it was, if that street was continued all the way across to North Seago. This is a street that was in or is in the University Hill Farms plan. That neighborhood proposed a street here. And so we carried over that recommendation. So our biggest change for the paths and bikes was talked about plenty earlier. So that was removing that north-south bike path in the Saw Creek Greenway, but retaining an east-west connection. And so we wanted to retain the opportunity for people on either side of the Greenway to get to Walnut Grove Park and to the adjoining neighborhood. So that is a change that a lot of people wanted. But then a lot of people came out after we made that change and said they didn't want that north-south path taken out. So we just want to be clear that we heard plenty on either side of that issue, both for and against. So removing the north-south path, and I don't know if, Nikki, if you can point to where that greenway is between 12 and 12, there you go. So that's the greenway that Nikki's pointing to. And so Westfield Road, just to the right of the pointer, and then High Point Road to the left of the pointer, those streets, we're proposing to make changes to those streets to make them more pedestrian and bike friendly, as a trade-off to removing that north-south bike path from the greenway. And so that would require reducing on-street parking on both streets, but again, that east-west path would be retained. So our BCC review and approval process is shown. All of the different committees and commissions that have looked at this plan up until now have said yes to the plan with some changes to it. So you see what some of those changes are on the screen. I won't go over all of them. As Dan talked about earlier, when you adopt this plan as a part of the comprehensive plan, we are archiving all of the underlying plans that you see up there. We spent plenty of time in the beginning of the process looking at all those underlying plans and pulling in the relevant recommendations. So we have done that work, done it, like I said, way earlier in the process. Plan implementation, and Dan explained this, as development proposals come before city planning. We use that plan that gets adopted to review them. We have to go through the proactive rezoning and official mapping process, and that's another public process that we go through. Projects in this plan are going to compete with all the other projects that come before you as a part of the budget, and over time the plan will be implemented. It doesn't get implemented, everything doesn't get implemented in 10 years, as was said earlier. And in fact, that north-south bike path in the Saw Creek Greenway has been in city plans for 30 years. We are actually taking it out after 30 years of being in city plans. So this is a big move for us to do that, because as city engineering has said publicly, if it's not in the plan, we're not going to maybe prioritize it for reviewing and studying it. They will review that east-west if it stays in there. You may decide to put the north-south back in there. Don't know. We don't know yet. But and then there are partnerships in the plan as well. So you've got the city partners that we work with, community organizations that are going to implement some of this plan as well. And that is all I have to share with you. I tried to be as brief as possible. It's late, right? But if you have questions, let me know. And Ben Zellers is here to help answer questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff on the West plan? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for my understanding, I somewhat followed this process as it came through the Plan Commission. The West Area Plan has had an additional phase of review in response to public input. Is that right? Which resulted in some of the changes in the memo?
Yeah, that's correct. We had kind of additional series of public participation meetings in May of this year as a result of kind of some of the comments and feedback that we got after we released the initial public draft.
And so that's what is behind or driving the changes listed in the memo from, say, three of the items changed to low residential, 1 to neighborhood mixed use from medium residential, and then 1 from medium residential to low medium residential. So
yeah,
lower
those things that
intensities.
Linda were kind of highlighting, those were some of the changes that came out of that public participation. Yeah.
Just want.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin?
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to ask or maybe get more clarification because it was brought up from one of my constituents about having an ecological assessment done. And I wanted you guys to speak on that it's already done in the process of being done. And if you could explain that process a little bit and let people know that District 9 will be getting that information very shortly.
So Jim Wolf might still be on the phone or on the meeting. Is he still here?
In fact, our city engineer is with us. Okay. Jim, do you want to answer that question?
I would be happy to. Good evening, everyone. So I think Alder Conklin is referring to the current Sauk Creek Stormwater Greenway corridor planning process that engineering is working on, kind of in parallel to the West Area Plan. And as part of that corridor planning process, we did hire a consultant to complete an ecological assessment of the Greenway. And I believe that is actually available now on our Sauk Creek Greenway project page. In addition to that, we have also done a tree inventory along the Greenway, as well as stormwater modeling and a channel assessment within the Greenway. So a lot of the environmental aspects of the Greenway have been reviewed both by engineering staff and with third-party consultants too.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And this perhaps could go to Linda or to Ben. We heard one of the residents who attended earlier in public comment say that they had heard from someone on staff that if say the east-west path was in the plan, that engineering would have to do it, that it would have to be implemented. Do you have any understanding as to how they got that idea? Or is that true, first of all?
No, I mean, including something in the plan has kind of been discussed isn't a guarantee that it's going to be constructed. And so we have, language with that action in the plan to that, an east-west connection would be carefully reviewed as part of, an overall look through that kind of corridor planning process. So it's not a guarantee that it absolutely would happen. But it would be studied as part of that corridor planning process as to what it would take to construct that, what the impacts would be, and things of that nature.
But you've indicated, thank you, you indicated, though, it's been in the plan for some 30 years. Has it been studied in the past?
Yeah, that was in reference to the north-south path. I think really right now is the closest we've ever been to implementing something in that corridor. And so now is when the details are being developed. As far as previous studies, I'm not aware of anything at a super detailed level beyond kind of the general planning that's had been in place.
So merely being in the plan does not trigger some immediate action or implementation by
Correct. I
staff.
mean, as is kind of evidenced by the fact that the north-south path has been in plans for 30 years and hasn't come into play.
Well, thank you. A follow-up question for Jim Wolf as well, please. Jim, can you talk a little bit more about the corridor planning process and the ecological review? What resemblance does this have to an environmental impact statement? And secondly, would an environmental impact statement be done at some point by engineering if a specific project of the east-west path was being pursued?
So a lot of the elements that I previously mentioned would be pieces of an environmental impact statement. Generally speaking, for city-let and local projects, we aren't providing a full report on those environmental impacts because we're following our adopted plans and our adopted policies, such as the recently updated and adopted sustainability plan, and following some of our best practices and going through public engagement too. That overall, the costs and time investment and staff investment to go through that entire process doesn't provide much additional value beyond all of that additional work and things that were going into the project to begin with. So in this particular corridor, in addition to the environmental aspects that we're reviewing, we are also going through a pretty robust public engagement process that has involved multiple neighborhood meetings, online survey, some targeted outreach to specific locations, be it the neighborhood parks in the area, the Lucier Community Center, as well as the library. And we're kind of compiling all of that information and some of the values and things we're learning from the community and providing some different options for what can be done for restoring the Greenway, and also taking a look at any transportation connections and things that maybe come out of the West Area plan as well. And then also taking a look at vegetation restoration and what we have learned in the ecological assessment in terms of, is this, littered with a lot of invasive plants, and how do we handle those, and what would we restore with to both stabilize the channel and improve maybe infiltration. So it's kind of a pretty broad perspective within that corridor that's covering a lot of different areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up, Jim, could you, from what I'm understanding, is the ecological assessment that was done, the report is not ready yet, or you're still collecting the reports? This is for Jim.
Hi, Alder. Yes, the assessment was done, and I'm pretty sure the report is made available on our Sauk Creek Greenway project page. I'm just going through and checking and confirming that. Yes, that is posted on our project page.
Yeah, so to request another environmental impact assessment is doing the same work again? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, it would certainly be a repeat of some of that work.
Okay, and that report is available online?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue with questions. So thank you both very much. And then on item 73, President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 73. Is there discussion? Just remind us again, same process as last time. If there are amendments, this is the item to make them on. Seeing no discussion, going once, going twice, seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to adopt item 73. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 73. We'll move to item 17. Alder Figueroa call.
I just want to, again, take the opportunity to thank staff for the work done on this plan. I mean, both of them for sure. I personally biased. I've been a witness of the West Area Plan, so I really want to thank you guys for all that work. I really appreciate it.
And while you're there, President Figueroa, call a motion on item 17.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 17. All right, on item 17, are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 17? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 17. And that will take us to item 19. Item 19 is Legistar 84626, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to downtown height requirements to allow affordable student housing to exceed the maximum number of stories. On item 19, President Figueroa, will call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 19. Are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion on item 19? Alder Tischler.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted just to verify with the height. This is not going to impede the view of the Capitol in any way. Is that correct?
Given that the Capitol height limit is a state law, we would not be proposing to break state law, no.
Great. All right, just want to get that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you add me as a co-sponsor, please?
The clerk will add Alder Rummel as a co-sponsor on this item. Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on item 19? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 19. That will bring us to the end of our agenda. Are there any announcements or additional introductions of items from the floor? Seeing none, I will announce that there is still cake back there, folks. So I don't know if you want to take some home with you, but somebody better do something about that. And Alder Latimer Burris, it is your turn.
Oh, thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.